Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
Hello. Let's see who we have in the side here. We have Stephanie person. Let's see who was this other person? Transpositions.
Yes.
I just don't want to work today. Okay. We probably don't have any audience then.
Yeah, well, do our best. Goes along. I've got a few minutes before I pack up and hit the road, but
yeah, that's no problem.
if I hang out, say hello. I haven't been around in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. So, have you got any? I'm not sure. I was kind of rushing to get everything out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, my body decided, that one day you actually have something to do. That'd be a perfect day for you to sleep in and miss the alarm.
We're talking about self-care here, so there you go. Go ahead, sleep in, miss the alarm. It's all good. Got some new gardening stuff up, Mage?
Not yet. I do have one in the works, so I just need to get it rendered and the title card made up, and I'll be good to go. Cool. I harvest up my pineapple.
What? Pineapples?
Yeah, I grew a pineapple, so I decided to do a video while I was harvesting it.
Awesome. Hey, Rochelle. See ya.
Yeah. Been trying to work on this video for my other channel. Oh, there's Mark Caesar. I gotta get some people start coming in now. No, my pineapple will not be going on homemade pizza. I was considering maybe cutting some slices and freezing it so I could have like popsicles.
That's always good. I actually have a pineapple in the fridge right now. Have not considered. Now, here's a thought for those of you who do like pineapple on pizza. Have you ever slightly grilled the pineapple? A little bit of chili powder on it before you put it on the pizza?
I have like the pineapple on ham. Grilling it first, that works pretty good. Never tried it with chili though.
Yum yum. A little bit of hot, a little bit of sweet, and if you do it with the ham, a little bit of salt.
Let's see here. According to the website, there are 2 parts to self-care day here.
There are.
Yeah. Apparently
Does it involve coffee?
I imagine it could. There's the part of taking actions, regular physical exercise, diet, looking after your own mental health, and then there's the intervention self-care.
What's that involve?
I imagine it would be taking care of others. Yeah. So, make sure I don't accidentally click out of the StreamYards thing. Well, this has been an insane couple of weeks, hasn't it?
What's that? What did you say?
This has been an insane couple of weeks, hasn't it?
It has. It's been a pretty crazy couple of weeks. It's been, it's been going through the doom and gloom phase of things onto, boy, we're fired up and ready to go kind of thing. And yeah, it's been an interesting couple of weeks for sure.
Yeah.
I'm feeling a lot more positive than I was a couple of weeks ago, to be honest. Feel like we have a chance of beating back the fascists a little bit better.
Have you seen how Harris is the fundraising going on with Harris?
Yes.
It's
That's
amazing.
Enthusiasm.
that is truly amazing. Last I heard was 125 million, mostly small donors.
Oh, and Melon Husk, he backed off his 45 million a month pledge to.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Don John, that's good. I'm glad that Melon Head there has gotten himself. I think he looked at the cratering nature of Tesla stock and said, "Well, maybe not. Maybe not right now." Because of course, there's got to be a point at which Elon realizes that his outspoken pigheadedness isn't helping him with his own customer base. People who are buying Teslas aren't necessarily flying in those regions, politically anyway, with Elon Musk there.
Yeah, of course, he had to have his whole transphobic interview with Jordan Peterson lately.
With Lobster Boy. Yeah, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? I mean, the guy dead named his own child twice in the space of a minute. That's just, come on, Melon. How do you do that? How do you do that? You're mad that your child won't speak to you because you refuse to refer to her.
Yeah, something I was watching the Humus Report on that, and he actually pointed out something pretty good. Made a good point. If this is how he talks about it or publicly, just imagine what it's like privately.
Well, it's the woke mind virus, apparently. Somehow it seems to me that the mind virus that people need to be more concerned about, aside from wokeness, is hate. Why would you want to fill your heart with that much fury? Talk about self-care. That just can't be good for your health. Maybe I'm just disappointing. Disappointing to see people go down that road.
Well, hopefully someday he'll be able to find some reconciliation with his daughter.
Hopefully he will. And the the thing is, I know that people's hearts can change. I know that they do. I don't. It's hard to give up hope. It is, especially when it comes to people who are close to you or people you wish were close to you. Sometimes you have to, though. But those are very tough choices.
Something else that kind of surprised me with the whole election madness is Trump did not get a bump from getting shot in the ear.
If that attempt had been successful, it would be a ball game.
Oh boy!
Nobody should. There isn't a space for violence. I mean, von Clausewitz said, "War is politics by other means," and unfortunately, people take the converse to be something real, and it shouldn't be. That's why we have elections, so that we don't decide who the leader is by who's the toughest, most meanest bastard on the block. I mean, that's a shitty way to run a railroad.
Well, we're still trying to figure out exactly the motives, so it's still pretty up in the air. What we do know is looking at his search records, he did search Biden and I think it was Merkel. So by looks of that, it seemed he was just looking to do this for anyone, and Trump just happened to be in town.
That's what it looks like, and that's probably what it is. It's probably the Occam's razor kind of thing. Yeah, looks like he was a very disturbed young man, and a disturbed young man with access to guns.
That's always a good combination.
It's a terrific combination. And Mark Caesar's asking, "What do you think of Kamala's inaugural speech?" By which I suspect you mean her speech in Wilmington after Joe stepped aside.
Oh, it's the one where she's like, he's a felon, I'm a cop, yada yada yada.
Right. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
And I've watched a couple of speeches. I watched her speech in Milwaukee, which was also great. It's hitting on similar themes, and her speech today in Indianapolis before her sorority.
I don't think I've heard that one yet.
Sorority sisters. That was absolutely terrific.
I'll have to watch that later.
It's really good because it pounds on I might be misremembering. I just watched it I watched it while I was out doing some errands, and I was listening to it in the car, and I don't think he used the line, before I was a senator, I was an attorney general, or that a public prosecutor, and I know his type. She didn't use that line in that speech, but what she did do, speaking to her sorority sisters, was talk about the struggle for equality, for justice, that she's been involved with her whole life because of who she is. All of this stuff, and and the "we're not going back" theme to the forefront, and it was energizing, to say the least. I mean, it really just was. It was terrific, and she showed tremendous energy. She showed, you know, she didn't make an appeal for money. She made an appeal for people filling up the phone banks and knocking on the doors and doing the stuff. She wants to win this badly, and she's determined to do it. And I think that's the kind of energy that we need. We need that kind of energy, because what's on the table is stark. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword to a book that the chairman of the Heritage Foundation, he wrote the foreword to this guy's book. The guy who wrote the 900 pages worth of hate. So that's who we're dealing with. We're dealing with the other team with the top of the ticket saying, "Oh, it's the Heritage Foundation. Who are they?" Even, dude, you're the keynote speaker at their fucking convention. Who are these people I'm talking to right now? It's like
they were in your administration. Like what was it? Something like 2/3 of his administration was the Heritage Foundation.
Well, pretty much, and the Heritage Foundation has been in there, been in those trenches for a long time. And it's amazing how far right the Heritage Foundation has gone over the years, because the Romney Care in Massachusetts was a Heritage Foundation thing that turned into the Affordable Care Act. And now suddenly, oh God, we were the woke mind virus back then, but thankfully we were inoculated by Nazism, and now we're not afflicted by the woke mind virus anymore. We're just stormtroopers. It's unbelievable the way this shit works. And I think as more and more people become aware of where they're headed, and I think that, in Biden's State of the Union, he referred to FDR's State of the Union speech in 1942, which was the Four Freedoms speech, which he was basically using as a rallying cry to get America to stand against fascism then. I think this is going to be a theme, and I think it's going to work. I do. I honestly do, because what have they got? What have the Republicans got? They've got, Kamala Harris laughs funny. Kamala Harris is going to take away your plastic straws. I mean, talk about grasping at straws here.
Literally there.
I mean, what have they got? What are they going to say?
Well, let's see here.
Their entire program is anti-woman. Oh, there you go. Their entire program was anyway. Their entire plan was to go after, they're old and tired. Just look at old and tired. Now who's old and tired? Your ideas are pretty fucking stale right now, mate. You want to take us back to the fucking 19th century and before. So, what have they got?
Well, one of the issues I had with Kamala was her record with mass incarceration, and so someone did point out something. It really made a really good point to me on that one, and he's like, "I'd love to see them try and hammer her on being too tough on crime."
Right. They've lost that one. I mean, they've lost. They'll find something. They will find. They'll find something to try to swift boat her on, like they did with Kerry. They'll lie about something, like they lied about John Kerry in the assault when he was a swift boat commander in Vietnam, instead of doing the usual thing, which is hit the gas when you are in the middle of an ambush, he turned the boat into the bank, jumped off the bow of the boat, and went and shot the guy with a rocket launcher. And the Republican Swift Boat Veterans for Truth guys are going, oh well, that the person he killed was a child, which was bullshit. They said it anyway, and they'll do the same thing with Kamala. They'll find something that won't probably. They'll find some incident in her prosecutorial past that they'll attempt to do that. But they lie and lie and lie, and we've seen them doing it for decades now. And I think people are sick of that bullshit. I hope they are. I do. I hope they are. Steffing again. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, I was going over Harris's record a little bit, just to see how she stands on things. Seems she's changed her position on a few things over the years, but that's not a bad thing to do.
We were just talking about Elon Musk and his relationship with his daughter, and and we just went through this whole thing as well. You can hope for change, and that's you hope people change. Look at Obama. Look at Obama's position on marriage equality. That changed for the better. You hope that people change for the better.
So I hope it actually was actual changes that she made, not just political finger in the wind kind of thing.
Well, yeah, I suppose. But if with in the case of Obama's shift, part of which was inspired by Biden, changed his mind before Barack did when he was vice president. Even if it's a finger in the wind, that change was remarkably beneficial to a number of people. So you can't dismiss the. You kind of need to judge outcomes. And like I say about religion, I don't care about what your religion is. I care about what your religion tells you to do. Religion allows you to be a better person and kinder and more compassionate, show more empathy. Then yeah, go for it. I'm not gonna. But if your religion is, and this touches on I think the one thing Republicans do have is religion. Which religion? If it's the religion of hatred, if it's the religion of bigotry, which it seems to be for most of these guys, then fine, I guess. But I do think that people are tired of bigotry and hate. Not all people are tired of it, obviously, because they wrote 900 pages worth of it. Actually believe, I honestly believe that Mike Johnson is a Seven Mountains fundamentalist, end of the world kind of guy. But I don't think that most people want to burn the earth down for the sake of the second coming. I don't think most people are that far gone. Unless we've all been infected with that kind of belief system. Got my fingers crossed. But even if you believe in an afterlife, what about this one? Why is it your mission to make Earth hell?
Mm.
Just, I don't understand.
You know, I said that even if you believe in an afterlife, if this is still your only shot here, might as well make the best of it.
Worthwhile. Yeah, I know. Tubian or Tubian 323. I don't know. It's like you can give us pronunciation guide to your NIM, but yeah, that old weird old man clap dance, with the with the YMCA shit going on there. It's like, what the fuck? What the heck?
Hello. Yeah. Oh.
Don't worry, Beck. I'm leaving pretty soon. I've got things to do, but
Jesus. Popping in real quick. So you know, once stuff is out of here, you can come on up. I know how you guys are oil and water.
not really. I mean, I'm cool. Keep it up.
Do-do-do. I thought this was kind of a funny one.
Yeah, I know that was a good one.
Don't vote for the old guy, RNC headquarters. Hurry up!
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, it's like who's the old guy now, and what are the old ideas now? It's like everything everything that they've written is, let's take the country back to the 19th century. Literally, people the candidate for governor in North Carolina is saying, let's take away women's right to vote, along with their right to health care, along with all these other things. Let's just go back there. And it's just, wait a minute, dude. How does that work? I don't see it as I don't see it as productive. And I think that it's time to start talking across border lines, not building them. It's time to let go of animosities and build trust.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, maybe we can do it. I hope we can do it
Yep.
everywhere.
Oops.
Indranil XD are
Oh.
the source of all our problems.
Oh,
And the source of all our hopes. We can do better.
Yeah. Purple is still cleaning out Slothgirl's apartment. They're trying to get that taken care of. Apparently, they had received a nice little letter saying that it needs to be cleaned out like last week. So,
Yeah, it's tough.
what's going on there?
It is tough. It is very, very tough. Especially going through a departed loved one's stuff.
Yeah.
It's rip your heart out every time you see another thing.
I've done that a few times.
Okay, well, I got to run. Thanks for having me on. Have a great rest of the show.
Yep.
Stay out of the hot sun.
Yeah. See if get another rainstorm come through.
Oh, it's kind of foggy and drizzly here at the moment, but we'll see.
Later.
Ciao.
Okay. So if anybody else wants to come on up here, got the floor is opened. Let's put the link back out into the DMs again, just in case you missed it. Actually, I'd still be up front. Yeah, still okay. Those links are still up front on the DMs in the Purple's DM group and in the Lavender Lady DM group is where I put them. So if anybody wants to come on in, I also put them in the Purple's Discord. If you don't go on Twitter X Twitter, shitter. So let's see what else do I have here to entertain everybody with? Oh, good timing. Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry. I forgot it was Wednesday.
That's okay. I almost slept through the whole time.
I'm sorry, what?
I almost slept through the time.
Oh, very good. It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah, I woke up. My alarm didn't wake me. I checked the time. It's 2:20. I'm like, oh shit.
Where's Perp?
Hello.
Hey.
She's cleaning out Slothgirl's apartment still, and she
Oh,
needed the
yeah.
time. She got that. Apparently, she had gotten a letter on her birthday saying, "Hey, this apartment needs to be cleaned out last week."
Jeez, they sure
Sorry, I
don't.
forgot I was making coffee. Yeah, poor Perp. She's trying to do I wish I lived out there. I swear to God, if I lived within 6 hours of her, I would just go help her. I feel so
Yeah.
sad that she's stuck doing that.
Also,
Well, I think she had her Sloth Girl's family there. I thought.
yeah, she does have Slothgirl's
Oh,
family
good.
there.
Oh, okay, good. That makes me feel better. I'm glad she has some help.
I've seen pictures of a Sloth Girl's place when she's done some online stuff. And she's got a lot of shit there. This is probably going to take a long time for them. So, do we have a theme today that we're going to ignore? Huh?
Self-care day.
Self-care day.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's why I was late. I was self-caring.
Yeah, there you go. And since we have a live audience and all that, this little cute kitty needs a new home.
Yes, Ethan.
Ethan.
on,
Purple
what
said
is-
he's really sweet and playful, but she can only have 2 cats. And now
Yep.
she has 3. And he's the newest member of the family, so the other 2 they've had for like a decade each, so he's the one that's got to go. But also don't forget, everybody, please let everybody know he does come with everything he needs. He comes with a cat tree, food dishes, whatever. Like whatever you need for him, Purple will give it to you. She's got plenty of stuff. You just have to let her know what you need for the cat. And then
I would just need a Dutch oven. Okay, air fryer. Jeez.
So if you know anybody in the Minnesota
Thank you.
area,
We like crispy cats.
So if you know anybody in the Minnesota area, please let anybody know who wants a cat.
Yeah,
Forward
because the
the
sad
information
reality is if they find out she's keeping that 3rd cat, they can kick her out. And we really don't want Purple to be homeless. So please, everybody, if you could make an effort to just ask around. She said she would drive the cat as far as like Wisconsin, Minnesota, like that whole area there. She's willing to drive like 8, 10, 12, whatever hours to meet up with somebody and get the cat. So, yeah.
Hi, Steph.
That's where we're at.
Well, I hope they're able to find a home. I'd hate to see her go to the shelter and,
I know.
you know, what happens.
Yeah, and she said he's really playful and very sweet, and he's a good cat. Doesn't have any bad habits, like doesn't poop or pee anywhere or anything like that. Almost done making my coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Self-care, that's an interesting topic. Why did we choose this?
I have no idea. Purple chose it.
International Self-Care Day?
Purple picks the topics. I just run them.
Yeah, it's funny. She's the one that came up with which one she wanted to do today, and she's probably the one that needs the most self-care right now.
Yeah, really.
And she's the one that's not getting it.
Self-care is a touchy subject with me. It's something my shrink and I have been working on for probably a year.
Oh, yeah?
I have this bad habit of neglecting myself and putting that energy into everybody but me. And
Yeah.
and you wonder why you're depressed? No. So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It is an important thing.
Real quick, I want to apologize to the chat. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I just want to explain myself that recently I've got to the point in my life in the last year that I don't put up with abuse anymore, and I stand up for myself. And some people just pick the wrong time to be an asshole to me. So I'm standing up to myself, and no one else will say anything, and nobody else in the community cares what happened to me. So I'm going to defend myself. So that's that. Anyways, moving on.
Okay.
Yep.
So what do you guys think in your mind when you think of self-care? What is self-care for yourself?
You go, Mage. I'll wait.
That's a little hard. Actually, it's a hard one for me to answer. I'm usually worried about other people.
Yes, Mage, that's exactly the problem. And I did the same thing for so many years, and honestly, until recently, I didn't do what I wanted to do. I did what was expected of me, is basically what it was. And also, I have a good heart, and I try to help people. So I end up giving all the energy I have and all the stuff I have to everybody else, and then I don't do anything about it on the back end. So what I would suggest, my own thing, is I thought of a few things that make me happy. Like, I found my little happy place. Like, where in this world was I ever the most happy? Where was I when I was not stressed and everything was good and the sun was shining and the world looked hopeful and all that? So in my mind, I go back to when I was on the farm as a teenager with my mother. That's when I was the happiest, So I think it's important to, for people to like take a deep breath, shut everything off, go to your happy place, listen to some music, whatever it is that relaxes you, that doesn't require you to do physical stuff or like play games. None of that. Just totally relax. You have to do that once in a while. You got to take a deep breath and give yourself a break. You'll go crazy, So that's what I do. Listen to music, go to my happy place.
Yeah,
Close my eyes, block out the world. Sorry, Jen.
If I went with that system, I'd have to go build a dark room. I just loved darkroom work. It was everything I wanted in life. Yeah. And then digital came out and ruined it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I'm just talking about when you need a break from all of it, when you just need to step aside and, not think about the stressful shit, and not deal with people and not. Yeah, no, it is important to go out and associate. That's something I do not do. And it's, I've realized that my walls are closing in, and I'm becoming more introverted, and that's not good because I still have to go out in the world and work. So I am thinking about moving to Indiana, to where Cosmic Kyle lives. And his parents have offered me a spot in their backyard till I find a place and all that. And, I'll pay them rent and everything. And I think it's time I'm more around people. I need to be around somebody who gives a fuck about me. And there's not a lot of people in the world like that. So Kyle's one of them. He's my best buddy, and he's he's been like a son to me. So,
All right.
yeah,
Sounds
it'll be
like
a
a
good move.
good plan. Sounds
Yeah,
like
I
a
just
good
need to
plan.
get out of here. I got the ex down the road and my crazy brother who keeps showing up here to work for my landlord. And every time he shows up, I have a nightmare that night.
Mm.
This is why I'm sick of abusers. This is why. So, anyways, and he doesn't know I'm moving. The only person around here that knows is my landlord, and I've sworn her to secrecy. She won't tell him.
That's good.
Yeah, because I'm better to her than he is. He treats her like he's a dick. Anyways, yeah. So that's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to move out there, maybe live there for a couple of years till we start the year or two till we start the tiny home community. I'm just waiting for the people with the funds to be ready to go. You know, so we're looking at about a year and a half, 2 years from now, something like that.
It's still in Arizona?
Oh, no. It's in Oregon. Fuck Arizona. It's too hot. You can't grow anything there. I'm going to move. We're going to put it in Oregon where you can grow everything. I mean, I plan on having fruit trees and a huge garden and a water recycling usage system. We're going to start out with 1 cow for milk. And then if more people move into the community, we'll get more cows. Chickens. Yeah. I mean, I have a whole, if you guys ever want to see the schematic, let me know. If you're ever curious, I drew up 2 different plans.
I'd love to see it.
Really? Oh yeah,
Sure.
I'd love to show it to you. I have one for a 2-acre property and then one for a 3-acre property.
Well, whip it out.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, whip it out and show us.
I might be screwed because I think I think I did it. Well, I don't know. I think my subscriptions expired for Microsoft Office. I think I did it in Excel, but I'll see if I can find it. You guys carry on. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah. So that's where I'm at right now. What's going on with you, Mage?
Well, like I said, I just harvested up on my pineapples yesterday. I did a video of that. I'll be posting that out.
Okay.
All I need to do is just get it rendered and the title card done. I can get that out. So I might even be done later today. I was gonna do it before the stream, but I woke up late.
Right.
Still forever working on that one review for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, and I've been doing a lot of writing lately, or actually more like editing of the writing I did. But
great, good for you. Yeah, I need to get back to my book eventually. I have not worked on it in so long.
Yeah, I've actually got several. Yeah, I've got several books going.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's real easy. It's real easy as someone who lives alone to fall into bad ruts and develop bad habits. I think
I do it all the time. I don't think I could ever live with anybody again, Jenny. I don't think I could.
Yeah, I have to admit I think about that sometimes as well. And it's really sad. I mean, I've had this, of course, panging need for a significant other and haven't gotten it. And now I realize that I'm so old and set in my ways. I don't think I could ever live with somebody else. I'm too weird.
Yeah, I wonder sometimes myself. I don't know where I saved it at. Damn it. I know I did it on this computer.
That one of the story I was editing the other day was that romance story, starting with basically a couple of teenagers who meet up in high school. Well, they basically hit it off right away. They kind of working out how the story will progress and trying to come up with a slight ending to the end. To it, I was thinking maybe ending it where they carry out through the entire high school years and get married at the end and after they graduate. But that gave me another idea. If I want to, I could actually extend this out to a whole series of books and cover their entire life. So
okay.
So the next book would be them after they've graduated and got married, living together, having a good job and all that. then we cover having kids. Then maybe I could split that up in possibly 2 books of when they're little, when they're older, and then their senior years, and finally passing away.
Yeah.
What would be the
Okay.
motivation to follow these people? Why would I want to do that?
It's just a slice of life story, kind of. It's just a kind of a little hard. It started as a little chat bot I was playing around with, and then I noticed, this is actually kind of an intriguing story I've got going with the chat. So I just started turning it into a story.
Cool.
I think of something like that as I don't know, something I would have to chop up into pieces and almost like a television sitcom or pseudo drama. That you have this one episode of their lives and there's some sort of particular point of focus with it, and that has its own plot that's running to conclusion, but still only be part of the total package over several books. So it'd be kind of almost like a TV series, except in words.
Yeah, it's essentially your slice of life story.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I've had a bunch of ideas. Keith, the character, the male little protagonist in there, he's dealing with. He was an introvert. He's really smart, but he's relentlessly bullied in his old school, to really tormented to where he's got PTSD basically, and that's what he's dealing with going into the story. And the girl Amelia, she's been dealing with. She's also become something of an introvert, not really making friends or anything, but for a different reason. That she's basically been objectified throughout her whole life because of being, big tits and all that. So she's gotten basically completely sick of that crap.
Well, that would be an interesting theme to keep coming back to, because it never ends. I mean,
yeah, it's never. It continues on throughout the entire story with her having to deal with that shit.
it's a dynamic that most trans women know real well about. It's because you come from this one side of the gender spectrum and move to the other, and you think what it's going to be like or what you can expect out of it, but it turns out to be much worse than you could ever imagine in terms of how men treat you, how society can ignore you, how society mistreats you as a woman, but also how society treats you much better than as a woman than before. So,
And then I suppose you can help me out with getting that right in the story then.
Yeah, well, Mark, I did it in Excel. I love Excel. I use Excel spreadsheets anytime I'm doing any kind of layout. Like I have a couple layouts for different tiny homes. One of them I did for Deb because eventually she's going to end up in a wheelchair. So I made it handicap accessible, like super handicap accessible for her. I'm gonna lower all the counters and everything so she can, because she's already short standing up. Yeah. And then I have like a drop down table, stuff like that, so she can put it down and use it, then put it out of the way and be able to move around better and stuff. I just can't find the file right now, and I don't know why. I don't know where it is. I'll find it one day and share it with you guys.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm missing the whole conversation looking. Yeah, I'm missing everything you're talking about looking for it. So.
That's okay. I'm just rambling on about my stupid story.
No, you're fine. I caught like every fourth word or something. I heard most of it. Gonna happen with your job. I just got a new job. Actually, I start Sunday. It is overnight at a cage-free doggy daycare. So
Oh,
basically,
neat.
I'll be feeding dogs, picking up poop, and playing with dogs all day.
Oh, that sounds cool.
I know. I'm hoping it's a big serotonin dump all day long, like a nice release of serotonin over the day, and it's overnight, so I don't have to deal with the public as much. It's 4 10-hour shifts, 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Maybe you could
And then I'll
subcontract
have-
somebody to pick up the poop for you.
I don't get paid enough to pay someone else to pick up the poop, Jenny. I'm barely going to be paying my bills with this, but
Picking up poop isn't
I'm
bad.
hoping it'll make me happy and I won't care, So yeah, it's like $5 to $6 less an hour than I normally would make. But normally I can stash a lot of money, and this is why every time I lose a job, I survive for up to 2 months between, because I save money until I get fired. It's a goal. That's what I do. I save money and then I lose my job, and then I use it to pay bills, and then I get another job and rinse and repeat.
Well, I can't seem to find it right at the moment, but
Damn, did I drive everybody away but Mark Caesar? Fuck.
There's this video of somebody who it's a whole YouTube channel. I can't seem to find it right now, but he basically goes into kennels with dogs who are really nervous and scared of people, and helps rehabilitate them, gets them calm down.
Yeah.
And he just does it. Just records it, and just basically usually just him kind of sit in the kennel with the dog, and the dog's like in the corner like, ooh, and eventually they come around, and he gets them used to people again.
That guy, you're talking that guy on YouTube.
Yeah,
right?
the guy on YouTube. Yeah,
starts as a
he's
K,
got a
Rocky
whole
something.
Yeah, I can't remember. Don't remember the name of the channel, unfortunately, and I can't seem to find it.
If you're a dog person out there, it's definitely a bunch of YouTube things worth watching. It teaches you a lot about dogs. His whole system is to put it on the dog's level, that it's the dog that's going to make the moves to wake itself up and to get back involved in things. He just sits there as a presence for the dog to come to and to begin a relationship with, but it's up to the dog to create that relationship.
No. But anyway, I was just thinking of giving you that channel if I can find it, since if you're working with dogs and kennels.
I'd love to see it, Mage. I really would. I'd love to see it.
It might be useful.
I grew up, I grew up with dogs. And my parents, yeah, sweet. Give me a link. My parents, you can drop in the main chat if you want. I can grab it from there. My parents used to breed dogs when I was little. By the time I was 6, they stopped. But my parents are really big on training dogs. Like, our dog knew how to sit, lay, beg, heel. Like, I think the only thing we didn't teach her was roll over, because who the fuck cares? That's just for us, But as far as like training for commands, and she was a really good dog. Like, if you said heel, she was like right there, and like she did everything exactly the way we trained her. So I grew up with a family that was really good at training dogs, and there was no abuse or beating. It was all rewards for doing the right, nothing for not doing it right, kind of stuff, And
there's Rocky Kanaka.
Rocky Kanaka. I like that name.
My brother was a person who would breed dogs and stuff like that, but then he got arrested for it, and that kind of
you feel good.
See, now everybody's going to go to Rocky's channel.
Yeah.
So Rocky also gets them adopted. Yeah, he's trying to help adopt shelter dogs too. So he also works on getting them adopted.
Oh, I've only seen him with shelter dogs. He does outside work too.
Oh no, I don't know. I just said I just saw that top video he has, and where he's talking about he's going to be featuring some shelter dogs to try to get them to. Oh, this is so cool, Mage. Thank you. I got to quit looking at it. I'll get distracted. anyways, there were shelter dogs that were looking at getting, he's featuring them on his channel to try to get them adopted, is what the video had said. So Demon said you can tell people you do lab work and other dog breeds.
Oh, jeez.
That's why I was laughing a minute ago. I couldn't. Yeah, I do lab work, but it's a bunch of bull. Never mind.
Ooh, that's scary.
So anyways, so yeah, they LibreOffice. Okay, Mark, I need to write that down or something. Yeah, so they're gonna bring me in and train me, how they want certain situations handled or whatever. But they pre-screen all the dogs, so they're all deemed non-aggressive, or they won't let them into the daycare. So yeah, and it's literally like an open area, and they have like the big dogs and then the smaller dogs separated, and they have like a kind of a temporary fence in between, and the big dogs are like this, and the little dogs are like running around in circles. The big dogs are trying to keep up, and it's hilarious. Like they're playing through the fence. It's hilarious to watch. I watched a few of their videos. Oh, hold on. This is Beck.
You're not muted.
Hold on.
Hey, Daniel. I'm all right. How are you?
We're gonna mute that so we don't listen to Beck's private conversation there.
Yeah, I don't think we want to hear that. Of course, maybe we do. It could be lucrative.
All right. Molly's doing good. They had a sale. The 3-dog bakery treats. These were on sale at the grocery store this week, so I got her something new. They're dog cookies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they look and smell like chocolate chip cookies, but they're made for dogs.
Well, maybe they taste like chocolate chip cookies.
I don't know though. From what I know of the 3-dog bakery, they do make their stuff to human grade. So actually, I could taste one if I wanted to.
I think you should, like right here during the show.
I don't have them on hand right now.
Oh, next week then.
I mentioned they probably wouldn't taste too good for a human, but yeah, I probably could actually taste it for myself from what I know of the 3-dog bakery stuff. That's where I get Molly's birthday cakes from.
The only thing I'll say is don't try Alpo. Just don't try Alpo. Trust me. I had, when I was a kid, one of my uncles got me to eat a teaspoonful of Alpo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I didn't actually swallow it, but it was horrible. What it tasted like is somebody took a beef gravy that was fairly dilute, and then took all the sweepings off of the floor and put it in there.
From what I understand of some dog foods, it's quite possible what they did.
Oh man. That uncle is no longer with us. I got him back. That's not true either.
Yeah, I know Purina tends to be nasty about whatever the hell they put in their food.
Well, what brand did I always use? I always used one of the bargain basement dog foods, which I understand they say, oh, the dog's not getting what it really needs and all that stuff. And I would feed my dogs that exclusively. And I have never had a dog that had to go to a vet for some illness or malady. Injuries, that's different.
We were the same way, Jenny. We're like when we had our dogs out in the woods, we only got them a rabies vaccine, and that was it. Just because there's so many wild animals, but we just fed our dogs Purina, and it wasn't even that good back then. It was full of cornmeal and stuff. Our dogs were healthy. We never, I mean, literally, my dog lived almost 15 years. Never went to the vet except for that rabies shot when she was a puppy. Never saw a vet the whole entire time. She was a healthy, out in the woods, running around dog. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's just about the dog food. It's other stuff too. It's the fact that, like, people living in tiny homes like me have dogs. That dog doesn't have any room to run around inside that house. That's bad. You know, I would never put a dog in a small house like this, you know, without a large area to run, or they're in the cities and the dogs are stuck. It's just not good for them. They need to go outside. They need to run. They need to be active. And I don't think it's the food that's killing them. I think it's a lack of good care. That's
Yeah,
my opinion.
even when I can't really get Molly out for things, I'll get her to play fetch, and right now she's playing tug of war with her rubber stick here.
Yeah, and you have a decent amount of room and a small dog, so she can run around the house, and yeah. But you also have a yard.
She can run back and forth on the. Well, my yard's not fenced in, so I don't really have much for run around. But I can take her to the dog park. I take her to my friend's house who does have a fenced-in yard, and let her run around there sometimes. So.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you put a stake out, Mage? That's what we did with our dog when we didn't have we lived out in the country. We rarely had a fence around our house. The fence was for the cows, you know? So if we needed the dog to stay at home for some reason, which rarely happened, we would just stake her out, throw a stake in the ground, put a nice metal cable on it. They sell them. You'd probably spend like $20 and get everything.
Yeah, I've looked into it. I do have the stake. I can screw into the ground. I actually already have that because I was actually using that to turn compost.
Oh, that's right. You did have some, because we talked about this when you first got Molly, and I do remember you saying you already had stakes. Yeah,
I just need to get the leash.
Yeah, the cable tie.
Yeah.
They make them really nice too now. The cables, like they make them all like wrapped with metal, so the plastic doesn't come off and all that. My landlord just bought two because she just got two tiny goats. She said, "I'm gonna get some goats, Beck. I can't keep up with the property with all the weeds." And it's really like this time of year, it's crazy bad until like November, and then everything starts dying, you know. But we have more green than not. So she got these. She showed me these pictures of these goats. I was like, "Oh, they're cute." Blah blah blah. She brought home two. Texted me a picture of the back of the vehicle and said, "I named them Thelma and Louise. They're both female." And I was like, "Cool." And they're a little bit older goats. They're still young enough to eat. They just can't have babies anymore. And so they're not great milkers. So the people that had them used them for babies and milking. So they sold them to her for $50 a piece. And I was like, "Wow!" And then she gets them here, and they're almost as small as pygmies. They're almost pygmy sized. They are tiny goats, and I was like, "Oh my god, they're so cute!"
And that's as big as they get.
Yeah, that breed. Yeah, there's a lot of mini goats around this area. I don't know why, but maybe because we don't have a lot of brush, but we got enough to keep a goat happy. But like, because she was talking about getting 4, and I was like, 4 big goats, Joni. Like they're this tall. Like they're big. And then she brought them, and they're just like their heads are to my knee, I think, or maybe my thigh, my thigh. They're cute as hell, though.
I love baby, real young, super young goats that don't run, don't walk, they bounce. It's just the funniest looking thing.
They do the little skip hop. Yeah, it's true. I didn't know you could make cookies out of dogs. I don't know where you got that, Mark.
Oh, I was talking about the new treat that I got at Molly. It was from the 3-Dog Bakery. They look and smell like chocolate chip cookies, but they're dog treats for.
So they just made them. They put in like fake smell flavors.
Yeah, they use this stuff that looks like chocolate, but it's not actually chocolate for the dogs. So make it look like chocolate chip. They also use it for like on their cakes for like icing.
Oh, you talking about carob?
Yeah, that's it. Carob.
Yeah, carob. My mom used to use carob growing up. Jenny knows what carob is.
Yeah, you should offer a variety. Then instead of carob, you could get one of the things the dogs will naturally eat all on their own. Rabbit turds. You could put those in there, and
Yes, absolutely.
people
Absolutely.
think,
Goat turds are fine too. Goat turds are
Yeah,
fine too. And actually,
I
goat
imagine.
turds have that nice little oval to them, so they look kind of sprinkly. Just kidding.
Anyway,
I'm
these
not.
things were on sale, buy one get one. So I picked up a couple of packages of them when I was at the grocery store. Never
No,
tried 'em
honestly, I
before.
don't. Oh, sorry, Mange.
Of
Trying to be
dog
smart.
cookies?
Yeah, dog cookies.
Hmm.
Go ahead.
Greg.
I was gonna.
Greg. No, Soylent Green is people. Soylent Blue is what you're looking for it to be dogs.
Are you serious? You're bullshitting. Beck, when are you going to do another live stream? It's been a couple of months since you. Yeah, I was really not in a good place, Mark, and I'm starting to feel a little better, and I feel like I'm getting some hope inside me at the thought of getting out of here. I mean, I love where I live. I don't like everything else. You know, I don't like the fact that you have to be bilingual to get 3/4 of the jobs here. It really limits my chances of getting positions, and when you have to speak Spanish fluently. And I do not. I know like 20 words. So I'm going to go to Redneckville, where all the white people are, so I can survive better. That's what I'm doing. No, that's not totally true. Partially, but not totally.
That's the problem when you have to be bilingual to get an order from your fast food place.
Yeah, no, it's just that there are a lot of native Spanish speaking people here, and they don't speak any English. Like they just don't. And when you, I mean, I could work at some place that doesn't matter and doesn't really do anything to help people. You know, like that's what was my goal for a long time, was try to help people. And any place you want to work where you try to help people, most of them want you to be bilingual. Jenny,
We
leave
lost
us.
Jenny.
I know.
Oh, she's back.
Oh, good. She just wanted to be on the bottom so she stands out more. It's how she is.
I am a bottom though. That's the thing.
Oh, that's good. I'm a top. We get along great. Anyways, yeah. So found out last night I'll be driving like going to Indiana. I'll be going like underneath of where Wes is, because I'm gonna be going through St. Louis, and he's in northern part of Missouri. But we're gonna try to maybe get together on my way. We'll meet or something, have some lunch or something. I don't know. Depends on what time I go through there. I have a feeling I'm gonna be driving through Missouri like overnight, and he's not gonna see me, but I haven't told him that yet. Yeah, so I plan on going in probably like middle of October or something, before middle to end of October, before the snow starts and after tornado season ends. I do not like dragging my house around in tornado season. I will not do that driving through Kansas and Missouri. Obvious reasons. And if I ended up not leaving this fall, then I'll be gone by next spring. So that's the plan.
Geez, I never thought of that. A tiny home versus a tornado. I mean, I know who'd win.
Oh, not me. I'd be dead. Because they would grab my trailer and flip my truck.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. That's why I don't play with it. I don't travel in anywhere from July to the beginning of October. I will not travel with my tiny home. And well, I mean, if I'm going like up the road, yeah, but I'm not going to do a 19-hour drive in my tiny home during tornado season. That's just begging for stress. And October, it's cooler, and I won't have to use AC in my truck, so I can save a shit ton of gas. So that's one of the reasons when I go places, it's fall or spring, cheaper on gas.
Yeah, it's okay. Tornado Alley's moving south anyway.
Yeah, shit's weird, isn't it? There was a tornado in a part of Indiana that they've had like one tornado ever in their history. Yeah, or no, was it Illinois? I don't remember. Anyways, it was either Indiana or Illinois. There was an area where some good sized tornado came through, and they're like, we haven't seen one of these since they started recording the weather in 17 whatever it is.
Yeah, that's always lovely.
Tornadoes are very scary.
Tornadoes are very scary. I have been in a truck before driving southbound in Indiana and looked over across the field because there was no corn there because it was, fall or whatever. And seeing a tornado coming at me and saying, fuck this 55-mile-per-hour speed limit. And if the cop wants to stop me, he can catch me down the road away from the path of this tornado. And I fucking hit the gas and I was flying down the road about 80 and a fucking 55 because I wasn't getting hit by that shit. Done that twice coming south towards Indy on 65. Twice that's happened to me. It's a really bad spot just north of Indy. Like, that's a bad area with the winds off of the lakes and everything, and the wind coming from the west creates a lot of tornadoes in that blank area right there.
I remember when I was little seeing the destruction from a tornado once. We were driving. It was after a hurricane. It was a tornado that hit from a hurricane, and we were driving around the neighborhood, and I can't remember exactly. It wasn't just the neighborhood. We went someplace else. I don't remember where it was, but we were driving through, and one side of the street, all the houses were fine. The other side of the street was completely leveled.
Yep, that's exactly how it is. If you're not within so many feet of it, it just won't do anything to you. There was a town out in Kansas, pretty sure it was Kansas, maybe Oklahoma, that got pretty much flattened, and there was like 4 houses like this just sitting randomly, not touched, and everybody's like, and it's in the middle of the rubble. That was the weird thing, Mage. Like, the house would be like on a corner, and the other sides of the streets going down were gone, and that one little house on the corner was just sitting there. How the fuck did that happen? But there was just random houses, and none of them were together in one spot, and the tornado tore all the houses down except for those 4 or 5 or whatever in that huge neighborhood. And it was like a lot of destruction. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. And they're sitting there talking about the tornado and rebuilding, and nobody's going, how did those houses survive that? Isn't that the news?
I was in. I'm sure I mentioned it before. It's like 2 years now. 2 years, or 2 or 3. Was caught in a tornado. I don't know precisely where because I was under trees and I couldn't see the skies, but it was definitely a tornado. It was finally classed as a barely F1. So it was
really,
yeah. So it was like 75, 80, 85 mile an hour wind, something like that.
yeah.
Said.
Okay.
But even that, oh man, that's it really does sound loud as fuck. You wouldn't believe how loud it is, and
Yeah.
And it's just spooky because it's like the air is moving from right to left, and then all of a sudden it's up to down, and then back right,
and then,
right to left. It just
right.
changes all, and these branches are bouncing everywhere, and I got to drive under those, and which one's going to kill me, and all.
Yeah.
It was scary. I hope I never see another.
Mark, maybe you should check the other houses for Bibles and check those 4 or 5 houses in the Bible Belt for satanic items, because the other houses, I guarantee you, had Bibles in them. That was the Bible. That was in the middle of the Bible Belt, and those few houses lived, which means those are the ones without the Bibles.
Oh, there's a Baphomet.
That would be funny.
Okay, now we know it.
I would love to see that. All satanic households.
Would you love to walk in and see them nothing Christian and like a bunch of like death metal posters up, and that's it in all 4 of those houses? You'd be like, excuse me, who's wrong? Hey, TV Tube me, how are you? I didn't even know you were in there. I can't see how many people are watching. How many people are watching?
I'm not
I don't
sure.
know.
Let me just say.
I'd have to go push about 3 buttons to find that out.
YouTube says 8, but I don't know.
Okay,
everybody count off.
That number could be wrong. Yeah, it says 8 in the corner here.
Well, we got Skits, Mark, Greg, TV2, me, and Demon. That's 5 right there.
And I'm
Those-
in there, so
Okay, so that's 6. Yeah. So there's 2 people lurking.
I
That's
could go
pretty good.
in. I could go in
For
and
middle of the
boost
day.
the number there.
Yeah, let me actually, you know what? We are missing some of my friends that I know are doing nothing right now. Let me where the hell's my YouTube app? Where did I put it? I rearranged my home screen and now I can't find anything.
Never do that.
Here it is. Oh, I put it in the wrong one. Let me share this out real quick. Yeah, it's really confusing now, but the way I organize it's actually organized and not just random. I actually put everything together.
yeah. So let's see.
Self-care. There we are. Are you guys just gonna keep? Are you guys just gonna keep putting silly faces in the chat?
Oh no. we've birthed a monster. Emoji man.
My brain is running around like a BB in a boxcar. Not very stable. No, that's not very stable. But what's the size of the BB? Because that does matter compared to the boxcar.
Yeah, and
How
is the
much?
floor continuous, or is it have seams in it?
Right, because that could affect it as well. I mean, is it planked, tiled, metal? Could be metal sheets on the floor. I don't know.
Oh,
is
sure,
it
the
an-
density of the floor. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And is it
Oh
an
yeah,
empty
definitely.
box? Yeah, is it an empty boxcar? Because if there's other things in the way.
Right, and we're getting there. We're getting there, Mage. Is the boxcar empty? Because that's the next thing. Do we have like a maze in it? Or Jester?
Hello.
What's up, buddy? What are we doing here?
And also, are there any unauthorized riders in that boxcar? Because that
true,
could get
you-
in the way of things.
Yeah, you can't have a person or some homeless guy laying on the floor while you're trying to bounce your BB around in the boxcar. I'm just saying.
Uh-huh.
Fucker's going to get in the way.
BBs only. We are
BBs
BBs.
We are BBs. That's right. We used to have so much fun with BB guns when we were kids. I don't know why I had a BB gun. I never shot anything except for trees and shit. I never shot an animal or anything because I didn't want to hurt him. That is amazing.
I shot one bird with a BB.
Have you? I've never shot
Yep.
anything.
Just one.
Never shot an animal.
It was a starling.
Never shot a person. A starling? Oh,
Yeah.
starlings are fucking mean. Well, if you get too close to their nest, they're really fucking mean.
Ones
Have you seen
are mean? Yeah, the ones that are mean around here. You see them are the mockingbirds.
Oh yeah, I've heard people say that before. The sentence.
Yeah,
Jenny, have you seen the movie Starling?
No.
Oh, it's good. I mean, it's sad, but it ends up being good. It's one of those sad, sweet movies. It's got oh shit, what is her name? Chubby comedian, medium brown hair, does all the silly fucking movies. Melissa McCarthy.
Oh
She
gosh,
stars
she's
in it.
wonderful.
So I started watching it thinking it was going to be a comedy. It wasn't a comedy, but it was still a really good movie.
One of the few that she did that's not a comedy, huh?
No, not Jester, not writer. Rider in the boxcar, not writer. Because if you're a writer in the boxcar, now you're taking up more room. What do you got? A computer, typewriter? We don't have time for this. We need BBs to bounce, bro.
And your penmanship would suck.
Yeah, really.
Oh,
All that
absolutely.
bouncing around.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I said typewriter or computer. Hey, 401. Starling was good in Silence of the Lambs. Oh, God, Mark Caesar. Now we're to Silence of the Lambs. Should we talk about how Trump talks about Hannibal Lecter like he's real? Or should we just move on from that?
I've never heard that. What kind of shit does he say about that?
Oh, he's like,
actually
oh,
heard.
he's a brilliant. Oh, he's so intelligent. Oh, and he'll have you over for a nice dinner. Dude, it's a movie, first of all, and he talks about him like he's real. Like, that's the thing. He doesn't say, he's like, yeah, you know Hannibal Lecter, right? Everybody know who Hannibal Lecter is? Yeah, great guy. He doesn't say, have you seen that movie with that guy Hannibal Lecter? He talks about him like he's real.
Have
But
any of you ever been involved with a fandom of a particular movie or character or something like that? It doesn't sound much different to me.
I mean, it is kind of like that, but he makes it sound like Hannibal Lecter was a great person, intelligent, and everybody wants to be him. Like he respects him. That's how he talks about him. And I'm like,
Well, the character was quite intelligent, but that was part of what made him so evil.
nuts. Exactly. Oh, thank you, 401. That would be perfect. 401's going to post a video of Trump talking about Hannibal Lecter. It's a 30-second video. Thank you. Voice to text. There you go, Mark. You can be a writer and do voice to text, except for the bumps. Every time you hit a bump, or you might be like and say the word wrong.
I don't know. I've tried that voice to text to try and write something. And it just doesn't seem to quite catch things quite right.
It doesn't like the way I speak either. Mage, don't feel bad. I know all kinds of people that use it.
And I've heard maybe I need to train the software better, or I don't know.
Yes, Mark. I'm sorry, Jen.
I was just going to say I remember the first when voice to text was first starting out. I bought one of the early pieces of software that would do it, and I used it about I don't know. I think it was like a month or so. It was so bad. It was just. And you even taught it your particular way of talking. It took you through like this 20-minute thing where you say certain phrases and for the computer to use those and trying to identify what you're saying and making it text.
Yeah, and now they do have those programs. It's true. Yeah, and they're really cool, but I don't know how much. Do they have any free ones yet?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of free voice to text stuff.
I'm talking
ahead,
like in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it would have you run through words and phrases. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're right.
It was a good idea.
I remember it.
Just didn't take it. The computers weren't fast enough and capable as they needed to be. They're better now, but I do use voice to text. And I don't know. I think it probably hits about probably 90% or more. Gets it right. Sure. What really is making me crazy is my predictive text. I have never intentionally used it before, and I turned it on my phone, and I absolutely hate it. It completely changes whole words, thinking that you don't know what you're saying.
But here's the good thing about the predictive text, Jenny, is it actually learns. The longer you use it and correct it, the more it will learn what kind of phrases and words you use.
Yeah,
it will start adapting to it. But you have to use it for like a year to get that to happen.
Well, then this is pretty slow because I've been using it for, I don't know, 10 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it just
wow. You just turn it off then. Fuck it. That's what I do. Or I just ignore it. Does yours have the little, do you have an iPhone or a Samsung?
iPhone.
Oh, you have an iPhone. Okay. So yours has the little thing where if you back up, it'll give you your word back. So you can just click on it that you typed in. Has because iPhone updated their thing and now there's like a little, if you back it up into the word that it was trying to correct, like it corrected it and you back it up into that word, it will give you a little prompt above it that shows what you typed. So there's a new update out there somewhere. Maybe you didn't get it yet. I don't know.
I'll check that.
Mark said, Jenny, when your predictive text comes out with porn sites all the time, it makes you realize what your search history is.
Well,
Mine doesn't
yeah.
come out with a bunch of porn sites. Mine goes right to Pornhub. That's all I use. It's fine. It's free. I don't give a fuck. I don't need other porn sites. There's plenty on there. And there's plenty on there I don't want to see. So yeah, okay, Mark, you know what I'm talking about. It has that little thing with like a return arrow on it. And if you click on it, it'll put your word back into place. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my phone has that too. It's not very obvious though, because it's like in gray in the texts. So I have my phone blacked out. I don't like this white shit.
I just hope the predictive text on the captions for YouTube have gotten better over the years. Because if we look at this one, the caption says, "Is your entry grade lesbian in your
Eyes, your
eyes,
feel,
your
and
feel," and he says he's actually saying set your entry grid is what he's saying there. But this is what the caption came up with from the auto caption on YouTube.
yeah, it was really bad. There are better, but you can still tell when you're watching some of the programs that have closed captioning put on themselves who's paying for the good program and who's paying for the shitty one. Because there's some of them that are like, that's not what he said at all. And then there's some of the news channels you watch and it's dead on. So I know they're using some shitty program. They're being cheap.
Yeah, I
The stuff is out there.
I remember with Bionic Dance, she was having a lot of trouble with it. Whenever she said like and subscribe, the thing was translating it as rape and subscribe.
Oh my God. That's not the same at all. That's like the opposite of like, right? Besides murder, it's pretty much the opposite of like. Jesus, lichen. I thought you were gonna say it changed it to lichen, and then some other word. You know, L-I-C-H-E-N. Werewolf.
I thought that was lichen.
I don't know how to. I've always pronounced it lichen.
Lichen. That's how
Is
I
it
used
lichen?
It's not.
Yeah, that's
It's not lichen.
I'm pretty sure it's not. But
Why
I'm gonna
don't-
look it up
why
because
don't
you're
they- why don't they
funny
just-
and you like to fuck
Why
around.
don't they just put a K in there? Or a C even?
It's not spelled that way.
We got to change that. I'm going to get together a petition and see if we can.
Oh, actually, I looked it up. It is spelled both ways. We are both correct. It's spelled lichen and lichen, both. So it just depends on where you're at.
How do they spell it? Lichen? L-I-C-H-E-N?
Yeah, L-I-C-H-E-N can be pronounced L-Y-K-E-N or L-I-T-C-H-E-N. So lichen or lichen. So you're both right.
Never heard lichen.
Damn dictionaries.
Nothing wrong with being right, though. You're both right. It's what the fun guys do. That's right. How is everybody? And you guys update us because I have not talked to. Well, I mean, I've seen you guys in chats, but I haven't really asked you how you're doing. So you folks in the chat, let us know how you're doing. What's going on? What's new in your life? Because I am kind of curious. I'd like to see how everybody's doing. Yeah, you're right, 401. Towards the very end, Trump talks about how Hannibal Lecter loves MAGA and he's all man. Yeah. That's exactly what the shit I'm talking about. He acts like he's a real person.
Even if Hannibal was a real person, is that he does realize he's a psychotic killer.
I don't know if he does. Donald Trump is just one of the most unusual people I've ever been familiar with. You know, as familiar as we can be with media and stuff. But the dude is just fucked in the brain in so many different ways. I wonder how many generations his family bred with their brothers and sisters, you know, before he came out. He's just fucking nuts. He's rude. He's everything that and everybody hates, and still they like him. Mm.
Oh, here's a fun thing that I just saw. The Kyle's over here. He called me on Messenger and he's messing with his background. He has no idea I'm on a stream. Anyways, shit. I got distracted. What were you talking about? I'll think of it in a minute.
And you're going to get caught up on my usual gameplay here.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. They had a some news host was interviewing a bunch of middle-aged women who support Trump. And they are freaking the fuck out over Kamala. They are so worried about her. They're really stressed out about it, and I'm really loving it.
I actually don't think Trump has a chance.
I don't either.
The moment they said her name, he was sunk.
Well, it's like I was saying. Sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
Well, let's see. I looked at some polls from about a week ago, and they had. If you factor out the whole error, she had about a 50-50 position with Trump, but it's either a win or loss. With Trump usually a little bit ahead, though I suspect with her being officially, when she gets officially announced and all that, she's probably going to get a bump. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she's already gotten a bump now from just all the excitement. And so, yeah, there's a good chance she's going to get ahead.
And I can't believe the amount in donations for the campaign.
I know. 125 million. Mostly
in just
small donors.
48 hours, 72 hours.
It was 91 million at the 24-hour mark.
Yeah.
And not only that, because Trump people are like, oh yeah, big donors. No, the average donation was $90 fucking.
No, most of those were small donors.
Yeah, they were. There was an average of $90 to $100 per donation. Yep, regular Joe Schmo. And I told you, Mage, I don't know if you heard that, if you were in for that conversation. I was talking to somebody. I think you were there, and I was telling somebody that there's a huge amount of the swing voters are middle-aged women. We just got all those votes. Trump ain't winning. If he wins, it was literally rigged. There's no way he can win.
The only place I can see her maybe losing votes a little bit compared to Biden would be in the elderly category, which that's more of the Republican side of things. The one thing that I think,
she's 59. She's not young.
Yeah, well,
she's almost 60.
Still, Biden had more of that demographic locked in.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true.
But that's not the most important demographic for Democrats, though.
Well, but you also have to remember that them voting for Biden versus Trump, it would be I think it would be an issue if it wasn't Trump running against Kamala. But since it's Trump, I think it's going to be a non-issue. Because a lot of those older people, a lot of MAGA people are leaving. Look at the rally he got shot at. It was literally a third the size of his regular rallies. I'm not kidding. 1/3 the size. It was tiny. They made the venue way smaller than normal, and they only filled like a quarter to a third of it. So he really his people liking him is dropping. It's going downhill.
Yeah, I have heard a lot of those people who show up at these rallies are actually people who follow him around too.
Yes, Gordon Klepper did a video on that because he goes to so many of the Trump rallies, and Luke Beasley does as well. And by the way, if you guys don't watch Luke Beasley, you really should. He's a young kid. He's really honest, and he despises Trump. You'd all love him.
He has such a memory. It's awe-inspiring. You could just whip off statistics like they are printed on the back of his eyelids.
Yeah, and he's not reading anything. He's looking at the camera and spouting them off. Yeah, he's brilliant. But anyway, so Luke Beasley and Jordan Klepper had both gone to a bunch of the rallies as well as Walter Matheson. And Jordan Klepper said that over 3/4 of the people he would see at every single rally, over 3/4 of the people there were literally, they're just retired people, and they're following Trump around the United States. They're spending all of the retirement money following this dumbass around the United States, going to every single rally. So it may look like he has a bunch of people in each place, but he doesn't.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Nice.
He decided not to keep doing his 45 million donation thing. Yeah, we covered that earlier when they had Steph on.
It's awesome.
Well, that's what
Oh,
he
and then
says.
Trump's mad because all the money the Dems had for Biden, they shifted it over to Kamala because it was Democratic money, not Biden's. And
Yeah,
so Trump is freaking out, going, "Oh, it's illegal." It's no, it's not illegal, you dumbass.
No, actually, no. In fact, Kamala, Kamala, I want to say that right.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah.
No,
I'll just say
Kamala.
Harris.
There you
I'll just say Harris. It's easier for me.
go. Okay. KH.
Yeah, he's actually one of the only person who could run, actually, who would have access to the war chest between Biden and her, because she's on the ticket with as VP. Anyone else who would try to run, and they would have to do some finagling with maybe putting it into a super PAC and then having it given into the person. And so
Yeah, but
she's
the
the only
point
one
is
who has
they
direct
can-
access to that money.
Right, but the point is even if it was someone else, that's still Democratic voter funding money, and they would still, one way or the other, get it to the other candidate. You're not going to just, what are you going to do, return it all?
Yeah,
No.
they could still use it, but it would take more steps, and there might be some legal finagling that they would have to do. But with her, they don't have to do any of that because she's already on the ticket with Biden, so there's no problem.
Jenny, who would you like to see as her VP? I'm curious what you think.
Well, Al Franken, I'd like, but
really,
I don't. Yeah, I would think he's. Al Franken is fucking smart as goddamn all get out.
I want to make sure I know who you're talking about.
And you know what else he can do?
Oh yeah, I know him. I know he's brilliant.
He can draw a map of the United States freehand with no, model or anything, and it's pretty darn good.
Really close, yeah. With all those state lines and shit. Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, no, I've seen Al Franken all over the place. I'm bad with names, but no, I know who you're talking about now, and he's brilliant, and he's a good guy, like in general. Like he, says things that hopefully is true to his being, and it appears to be a good guy. So yeah, I would love, honestly, I really wish Jared Moskowitz, but I think he's a little too Jewish for this. I wish he was old enough to run, but I think he's a little too Jewish for this. I think we need like a white dude as our VP to get that other piece of the vote that we might lose.
That's almost certain that that's what they're going to pick.
Oh yeah, they have to. They got to pick a regular white dude. I mean, it's, this is going to be the first time we're going to have a woman in the presidential spot. We have to give them something to make them go, okay, I'm okay with this.
They're going to find the most milquetoast corporate Democrat they can possibly get, I think.
Well, I mean, I don't know. There was a couple, somebody was talking about Mark Kelly, or is it Mike Kelly? Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly.
Yeah. Somebody was talking about Mark Kelly, like maybe he's one of the ones they were looking at or something. So I
think he would be good. I really think he'd be good. Senator from Arizona. Well, Arizona is one of the battleground states.
Yes, he would be perfect.
And I think that would be very good. I mean, the guy's personable. He's, of course, he has to be brilliant as an astronaut.
I was just about to say.
Who else has that kind of science background?
And he was a former United States Navy captain as well.
Okay. We really need somebody who is focused on science. We really do. God.
Now I know why everybody says Mark Kelly would be a great pick, because not only is he like the typical looking white guy, except for being bald, he also he's got military background. He's got that whoo, go America shit going for him. I think he would be perfect with what I'm looking at. He's from New Jersey. He founded Americans for Responsible Solutions. So if you guys want to look that up, let me.
Oh, and if you were to ever disappear for some reason, we have a replacement.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's an identical twin. If you don't know that out there.
Oh no, really? Oh, I thought
Yes.
you meant because he knows so many people.
Yes, and his brother is an astronaut as well.
Yeah, make me her VP. Don't tell him I'm trans until we're done getting me in. Then tell everybody I'm trans. They'd never know. Oh, it's just a white dude.
There you go.
Boy, that'd piss off a lot of people. Anyways, that link I gave you guys there is for Americans for Responsible Solutions. If anybody's interested in his work with that, check that out. Okay, and I'm back. I wish somebody would make me president. Fucking, I'd tear that shit up.
Yeah, and that's full of people complaining about, oh, she's just being installed and they didn't go through. Well, let's see, they are going to be doing some kind of primary, though. The question is, who would actually want to run against terrorists? I mean, most of the candidates would want to keep their powder dry for the next election, and those who might not. Well, who wants to get the stigma of trying to take away the spot of the first black woman president?
Yeah,
that's not good. That's not good
really.
optics.
I thought it was hilarious that Joe mentioned, "Oh, I think maybe I'm going to go re-register as a Democrat and then run for president." Joe, everybody hates you.
Yeah, nobody's going to vote for your ass. Please. Hell, half of West Virginia hates him. I don't even know how he's in office or ever has been.
He knows all the coal people out in West Virginia. He
knows the money.
Lots of money. Lots of
money. I was just telling somebody how I went back home after being gone for 20 years and how they tore up all the hillsides out there in the middle of West Virginia, and with fracking, places are just destroyed. The roads that they use are good. The roads they don't like to use, they won't fix. They're just, everything's destroyed out there. It was such beautiful, untouched country. And now it's just trash. It's fucking ruined. I lived in like I swear to God, it was like, well, I'd say it looked like something out of the Waltons, but it pretty much did, because we were only a few hours away from where the Waltons were. Fucking filmed in, I think it was Eastern Virginia, Northern Virginia-ish. I think is where it was filmed.
The thing that's dynamic that's going on right now that I think is if it wasn't true, it would be much funnier, but it's very funny that the Republicans are trying to sue the Democratic Party for having made this change in candidate because it was deception, and they should get a refund on all their campaign expenses or something like that.
Which goes right.
What the fuck?
Which goes right back to the picture that Mage has of them covering up. He's too old. That's all they had.
I haven't heard they're actually suing them. I know Trump was bitching about it on his social media, but I haven't heard anything they're actually trying to sue him for that.
There are people who are. The last thing I read is that there are people who are looking at doing that in the Republican Party. I don't know any date. I don't know any progress up to the minute or anything like that.
There's nothing. He was not. He was not put in as he was still. He wasn't nominated yet, so there was nothing wrong with him dropping out and them having to look for somebody else. And even if you think about it, if that whole assassination attempt had been unsuccessful, well, the Republicans would be in the exact same position.
Yeah. And then what are we gonna do? We're gonna sue him because you switched. Trump died. You switched candidates. We're suing you. No, we wouldn't. They just want to do everything they can to make it as hard as they can for the Democrats to do anything fucking productive. They just want Project 2025, and that is it. Hey, Mr. Desk. How are you, Dave? No, yeah, Mark Caesar, Buttigieg. It is actually spelled Buttegieig, I believe. He is a gay man, so he is not the person we should put with Harris right now. He'd be good for the next term, though. And he is brilliant, and he's amazing. Him and Moskowitz are both... Really? Buttigieg? Why?
I don't like him.
Why?
He's just too slimy.
No, he is. What? I think you've heard some crap about him that's not true, unless I haven't heard things about him that are true.
Do you know his background? It's incredible. His background. The man speaks 8 languages.
Hold on. I'm going to look him up, and then we're going to talk about him. We'll do a share screen here.
I think Buttigieg would be great, but not as a running mate. With the opposition being misogynist as they are, I just couldn't see. It's going to be hard enough getting a woman through it all, much less a woman and a gay man. The people are just too... All the hate that the Republican Party decided to stir up about trans people and all the lies to tell has rubbed off on gays and lesbians. And there's as much panic about them going around now as trans people. It just hasn't gotten all above boards yet, but it's coming. And I just don't think Pete would benefit the ticket right now. And I think he would be a great president.
Okay, do you want to screen share that, Mage? I don't have the fancy clickers like you do. Okay. Harvard College, University of Oxford, Rhodes Scholarship. 2009-2017, he was an intelligence officer in the United States Navy Reserve, which means we know he'll pass a background check. He was mobilized, deployed to war in Afghanistan for 7 months.
Get down to the political positions.
Yeah, he worked on political campaigns of Jill Long Thompson, Joe Donnelly, John Kerry. Was a Democratic nominee for state treasurer. While serving as South Bend's mayor, Buttigieg came out as gay in 2015. Don't care
about any of that.
Okay, hold on, I'm looking. Trying to see what his past is and what kind of stuff he goes for. Education. Oh God. Harvard University, Harvard Institute of Politics. Graduated magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa. Bachelor of Arts, first class honors in philosophy, politics, and economics. At Oxford, he was an editor of the Oxford International Review, member of the Democratic. Okay.
Repeal of it.
He also worked on John Kerry's campaign in 2004. Okay. Became a consultant at the Chicago office of McKinsey and Company, where he worked in energy, retail, economic development, and logistics for 3 years. Canadian supermarket chain, whatever. 2 nonprofit environmental groups, Natural Resource Defense Council and Environmental Protection Agency, Energy Department, Defense Department, and Postal Service. He's helped all of those. Involved with the Truman National Security Project since 2005 and serves as a fellow with expertise in Afghanistan and Pakistan. He was named to the organization's board of advisors in 2014. Yeah. Okay. That's a good quick overview. And he's been in the military, Indiana State Treasurer, and now he's mayor of South Bend. Okay, so yeah, that's the most of it, folks. So it looks like he's savvy in economics and Afghanistan, Pakistan, which is good. That's good, knowledge to have to be in a higher position, in the government.
I can guarantee you, he knows more than Trump.
Yeah.
This guy actually reads.
Well, Knowing
He's been
more
doing
Trump at the low bar.
He's been doing development and redevelopment projects in Indiana. Oversaw the city's launching of a 311 system.
What's a
He's
311
also
system?
special telephone number supported in many communities in Canada and the United States. Non-emergency municipal services.
Oh, okay.
So they have a number to call instead of just calling 911 every time and then getting transferred over. That's good. That saves 911. He's been seen. He oversaw the sale of numerous city-owned properties. Going in with the Vacant and Abandoned Properties Initiative, known locally as 1,000 Properties in 1,000 Days. It was a project to repair or demolish blighted properties across South Bend. The program reached its goals 2 months before its scheduled end date in November. 40% of the targeted houses were repaired, 679 were demolished. That's good. That keeps people like homeless people and kids from dying in abandoned houses. So that's amazing. Because that happens a lot. U.S. Navy Reserve, South Bend City Comptroller. During the controversy over Indiana Senate Bill 101, the original version of which was widely criticized for allowing discrimination against lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people, Buttigieg emerged as a leading opponent of the legislation. Amid his re-election campaign, he came out as gay in solidarity. So I think that's most of it. Now they're just going through details of what they've already said. So that's pretty much it. So he's brilliant, economically minded, and he knows shit about overseas. Sounds pretty good to me.
And he's married and has a kid. No,
but he's gay.
Man. Well, so that's okay.
But he's gay. Sorry, I was hanging out with Bree the other night. But Jenny. She's so funny. It was me and her hanging out with Bath Pig and Stool on Stool's birthday stream. It was hilarious. We had a great time. Bree's brilliant. That saves us from 911. That's right. Mark, we'd have to be more progressive than we are right now. Maybe 15, 20 years down the road, but I don't think we're anytime like right now we're going to have a multiracial female president with a gay white man as a VP. I don't think it's going to happen yet. We're close, but we're not quite there. I think, and the reason I say about 20 years is because in the next 20 years, a lot of those older people in the fucking government are going to be dead, and they're not going to be able to say, I'm white, I don't like it. So that's why I think I'm shooting for around 2040 for things to start calming down. I'll be dead by then, but it's okay. You guys enjoy it.
I'm predicting within the next 100 to 150 years, this is going to be a Spanish-speaking nation.
I can agree with that. I think it's going to be, and I don't mean Native American, but I think it's going to be mostly Spanish and Indian. There's a lot of Indian and Chinese people, a lot of Asian people moving over here. And that's going to be a big chunk of it. Yep. I agree, Jenny. I think it's going to be, yep. Which I'm okay with.
Maybe not in that time frame, possibly.
I don't like most of the rich white people out there because they're assholes. I don't like those fucking... Oh, interesting subject. So I don't believe in past lives. But if I did, I'd swear to God I was Native American and I was drowned. Or suffocated somehow. Because I was born with a fear of anything over my face. I was claustrophobic, afraid of waterborne. And I can watch 5 million videos about all the people starving across the world, and I don't give a shit. Doesn't even bring a tear to my eye. I watch any Native American festival or event, I am in tears. It's like the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Like, I should get a hold of my buddy, Elias, before I leave. He lives down on the Cochiti Reservation. And every summer they do, they do this cool thing at the reservation. You go in there and you get to drive down there and walk through it. And the people feed you their homemade, like, Native American food. And you just walk up and they give you little plates with food on it. and you can eat like as much as you want. And it's just like trying to get the white people to be more aware about what natives, how they're living and shit, because those reservations, I've been on them and they're not okay. It's just horrible, man. It's absolutely horrible. Like, if you take a white person, like in our society today, and take like the cheapest house they would buy and the poorest ass white person that could actually afford a house, someone who can afford a mortgage, but a cheap mortgage. Let's say it's a 2-bedroom house, 1 story, 1 bath. Find one of those that's lower level of us, and that is the nicest house you will see on those fucking reservations. And the rest of them are, some of them are missing doors and windows. The roofs are falling in, and that's the way it is. It's horrible. It should be, Mark. It should be. There's actually a Buffalo Thunder Casino is just north of the Cochiti reservation. And it should be mandatory. I've only been to the casino here once, and that was my sister came into town, and nobody in her family knows that she likes to do a little gambling on the side. So she set aside like $100, and her and I both went gambling when she was here. It was fucking fun. I learned all kinds of shit about the fucking roulette wheel. Now I know how to play roulette because her and I were the only two there for like a couple hours, and we were just like, winning, losing. So we just kept playing. And the dealers, if you don't know how to play, they'll tell you. So they just taught us how to play because there was nobody else there and they had time. So they were like, no, you don't want to do that. You're betting against yourself. Do this. You don't want to lose money. And I'm like, thanks. Like, they were really cool, like teaching us how to do it. But it's it's just really sad. And there's some reservations that are nicer than others. There's a reservation up by Espanola. And they have a new community they just built there recently, and they actually have like nice new houses with AC built in and shit, which is amazing. And that's the other thing is you drive through the reservation, you see AC units sticking out of the windows because they can't afford to redo their entire fucking HVA system like some of us can. Not me, but people that make money. Yeah, and they're in these hot ass areas of the Southwest because that's all they know. That's where they live, and that's where they're told to live, and they're stuck there. And they're sweating their fucking balls off and not living well. And it's sad. It's really sad. Breaks my fucking heart. The only solace I have in all of this as a white person is that my family came over so late that the slaves were already freed, and even the ones that weren't, we couldn't have afforded anyways. And my family fought in this part of my family fought in the Civil War. The other half came over later. And we never owned slaves, and we've never abused any Native Americans. So I have at least that peace of mind.
It's possible I have some Native American in me. The area where my family lived, if matches up to where they say what tribe they say that it was from. So at least there's that much I know.
What tribe? Lakota
or Iroquois.
Iroquois. Okay. I'd say Lakotas. There's actually Lakotas out here too, in the Northwest, but there's quite a bit of Lakota in North Carolina. There's a huge population of Lakota there. And I was actually my mentor when I was becoming a truck driver was this fucking asshole white guy, but he was married to a Lakota woman. She was amazing. Like oh my God. They had like 4 kids, bunch of grandbabies running around. She just took care of everybody, and she had just the biggest heart in the world.
Yeah, I'd have to look further into it. And I know it's actually the Allisons is the direct family I'm directly related to that may have married into it. It's there.
Okay.
That's have you ever heard of Allisonville in the Appalachians?
I'm sorry. The what?
It's a town called Allisonville. It's named after it's named after my ancestors.
Oh, in Florida?
No, it's in the Appalachians.
Oh, in Appalachians, Allisonville. What state?
I don't remember. Let me check.
Is that PA? I mean, there's a huge portion of the Appalachian Mountains that are in PA, so that's why I asked PA. It's the most likely place to be by the Appalachians. Beck, stop narking. What was I narking on? Oh, you talking about white people? Oh, well, I'll narc on us all day. Wake up every day wishing I was a different color.
Downtown Indianapolis,
Pretty much.
Nelsonville.
Oh, it's in Indy?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I will probably find it then soon. Since I'll be moving out that way.
Oh,
But yeah, it's named after some of my direct ancestors. My grandmother's maiden name on my dad's side was Allison.
Okay.
So,
I've always thought that we shouldn't do our genealogy based on surname because it's completely patriarchal, and we should do it based on your bloodline, your actual bloodline, your genetics, your mother. And trace that all the way back. I think that would be the most interesting way to do it.
might be a little
Oh
bit
no,
more
I
accurate.
absolutely agree. My sister actually did one of those DNA tests, and that's how between the DNA test and before my aunt, my dad's sister died, she had a collection of our family like history, and she mailed it to my sister before about 6 or 8 months before she died. And I never met her. Wendy has talked to her like twice, I think, or something. She's not. We didn't really have any relationship with my dad's side of the family because they were all a bunch of fucking drunks running bars in Chicago. But anyways, so she gave us all the information, and we found the immigration paperwork was in there where they changed their name. My real name was actually Marsden, and my dad's name where he got it from was not Walter Madsen, but it was Wilhelm Marsden, and he was Dutch. So we were not German this whole time, like we thought we were Dutch. Dutch background.
Yeah, I have Dutch as well. My grandfather was.
Yeah, but
my grandfather was Dutch.
Jester, you just told the internet that your sister gambles and your roulette dealers are teaching you how to not lose all your money at their tables. Yeah, but I never mentioned names. You know how many casinos are around here? You don't know which casino I went to, and it wasn't Buffalo Thunder.
Well, see,
I'll never tell on those native ladies. They were very nice. I'm sorry, Jenny. I ran over you.
Yeah, that's okay.
What'd you say?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, I didn't run over you. We just were talking at the exact same time, and I talked longer. But I apologize. It's okay, Jester. Nobody knows. My sister doesn't have that last name anymore, so you couldn't find her. She hasn't had it in 20 some odd years, 30 years. And nobody I know knows about this channel, like in real life. So I think we're safe. No, it was really nice of them. Like, what dealer says, no, sir, you don't want to bet against yourself? And I'm like, excuse me? No, well, this and that, you're betting against yourself. And I'm like, oh, damn, I am. But it's a cool experience to go to casinos here, because casinos here are like, there's pretty much all native people and a couple Asians working there, and that's it. So it's interesting to go in and see the actual, so a little culture in your life.
What would qualify as betting against yourself in roulette? I don't get that.
Well, there's red and black, and there's also, it's hard to explain without a table in front of me. I'm not that good, Jenny, but there's certain ways of betting. You can bet in the squares, but you can also bet on the lines, which splits your take in half, but you have two chances. So if you bet on, if you put it on certain lines, you end up betting against yourself. I don't know it that well to explain it that well. So, Ollie, what's up, brother? How are you? 6 p.m. where Ollie is. He's off work.
Well, I've never been in a casino, so I have absolutely no knowledge of gambling.
Really? I'd take you to a casino. We probably have
I wouldn't go.
Why?
Because I never win anything.
I don't either. I take money I know I'm going to lose.
That
And
help?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm not okay with that.
Okay. Okay, so that's exactly what it was. Thank you. That does help. So do you see where the evens and odds are? Where it says even and odd at the bottom?
Uh-huh.
I was using those lines. So she goes, well, if you're betting on even and odd, you're betting against yourself. That's exactly what it was. Thank you, Mage. Bringing that up made me remember.
All right.
I put it on the line of the first 12 and third 12. But if you put it on the line, then you're betting odd and even. So you got to pick one. Otherwise, you're just you're the point is you're not exactly betting against yourself, but you're going to lose one of those. You know, which some people do that, but you know, it's one way or the other. If you're putting down two $5 stacks of chips or $10 worth of chips, you're definitely gonna lose at least $10. So there's no sense in doing it. Is the point?
Yeah, no thanks.
I mean, it's complicated, but it's fun because you're like they spin it and you're like waiting for that little fucking ball to drop. So it's got like a little suspense in it. Do you want a treat, son? Okay.
All right.
When he was little, when I first got him, and I was trying to get them to ask for treats, I would go, "Do you want a treat?" And he'd look at me, and I go, "Yeah, yeah. Do you want a treat? Yeah." And then finally, so when he meows, he sounds like he's kind of like he's saying, "Yeah." It's funny because he meows just regular to ask for the treat, and then when I say, "Do you want a treat?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah." It's funny. I don't know. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw
Okay.
a
Yes, that's it, Ollie.
I saw a TikTok video of some people with their dog. I'm blanking out on what the breed was. I'm thinking husky or border collie or a mix. I just forget.
Okay.
But this man and woman have a deaf child, and the dog learned ASL just by watching.
Shut the fuck up.
Honest to God, you know, you can do ASL movements, and the dog understands.
Okay, we're gonna find that right now.
It was just amazing. Well, I don't see why not. That's unusual. I mean, they've taught chimps and baboons and gorillas.
Well, but it's not about the fact that they can teach him. It's the fact that he learned it on his own that's blowing my mind. Well, there's actually another deaf dog. There's actually a deaf dog that knows sign language to communicate with his owner. He's a bull terrier. That's pretty cool.
I don't know. It makes some sense. I mean, my first dog, I taught some signs for hand signs as commands, and I've been teaching Molly that as well. She's starting to pick up on what the down is.
Okay,
So,
I don't know if you're gonna be able to see this
makes
very
sense
well.
that you could just use ASL to. So that works.
All right.
Dogs. One of the things that differentiates a dog from a wolf is that the dog is so used to humans, genetically over thousands and thousands, that they are very oriented to our hand movements. That when you point to something, a dog's natural curiosity follows that point to look at that object, and a wolf doesn't. Do that.
Not always. I do see some dogs that don't catch on to the pointing thing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. There's some, just like humans. There's some humans that vote Republican.
I've noticed. I have noticed Molly often catches on to pointing.
Yeah, my cats watch my hands constantly. Like constantly.
Mark, actually, that is absolutely true. I have known dogs that were abused and then moved to a safe house that was kind and gentle, and for their entire lives, that they would still flinch with a certain hand movement that looked aggressive.
Yeah, like this, or like a hand back, or a fist, or somebody jerking their arm up. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell very early in a puppy's life if the owner is abusive.
No, I have actually done a little test with Molly where I swung my hand down and at her like I'm going to hit her to see how she reacts, and she just once I put my hand down, I don't touch her or anything, but once I get my hand down there, she just puts her head up against my hand.
Hi, Dad. Love you. That's great. Okay, ready?
Okay, what are we looking at?
This dog has an amazing talent where it's able to understand commands through sign language, and you have to see how well it does at the end of the video. The guy shows how the dog will wait to eat until he signs the trigger word, and although lots of dogs can do this verbally, this dog actually watches his hands to know when he signs the word eat. He goes through a bunch of different kinds of food trying to see what the dog will do, and the pup doesn't react to any of them until he signs the trigger word, showing just how smart dogs really are. Take a look.
Too bad they couldn't crop it like something to actually see.
Yeah, it was horrible because it was a TikTok and it was in the wrong.
That's not the video I saw.
Oh, that's
nice. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I've taught my dogs to respond to hand signals.
The reason I picked that dog is because it was a border collie. That's why I picked that video. I was like, oh, that one's a border collie. No, that's great though. That's great. I have some friends that I met through my brother when I moved here. Well, I shouldn't say they're friends. They're acquaintances. And they taught both their children how to sign until they were able to verbalize. So not only do they know some random German words, because both of them speak German and they use it with their dog, just for fun, because nerdy people are like that. But yeah, they also are teaching their kids. Their kids know basic ASL and just several dog commands and some other words in German.
Yeah, like I don't even have to tell Molly to go into her crate. I just say, "Hey, Molly," and point to the crate, and she'll go right in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she knows. It's good. You got a smart dog.
I've never had a dog that even wanted to go into a crate.
But I have her go in there every night anyway, so it's something she's picked up on as a routine anyway. There's sometimes when I'm late with it, she'll come up to me, look at me, like, well, come on, I'm supposed to be in the crate now.
Porpoise.
Hello.
Porpoise.
Because I put her in there for when I take my bird out, because she's got that hunting instinct. I just don't want to any possibility, even if he's nice to the bird, and tries like if he tried to lick the bird or something, that could still be deadly to the bird. So I just don't want to risk it. It's just easier for me to just stick her in the crate for an hour or two, and then let the bird have his time out.
Yeah. Well, Mark Caesar, you're right. Pets and pits are so much more responsive when you never train them with fear. He would put pet, and he wrote pit by accident. But yeah, pit bulls are the same way. My son has a pit bull that's kind of a runt, so she kind of looks like another dog, and he lies about her breed to keep her in apartments. But she's just a big baby. I was dating a chick, and she was like, "Oh, we got to go over to my friend's house. They're out of town today, and I got to check on the dog and take her out, play with her a little bit." And we walk in the house, and it's this huge fucking gray pit bull, and I was like, "Oh, damn." And she was like, "Just give her a second to get used to it." I said, "Well, I'll just sit down, so she's more comfortable with me." And I sat down. She jumps up on the couch, sniffs me, and then gets on my lap and starts licking me to death, like licking my face everywhere. And I was like, "Oh!" I like knocked my glasses off, all that. Yeah, big mean dog. She was a big baby. She must have weighed 120 pounds. She was huge, and she leaned on me, and I was over there going, And Krista was like, "No, honey, you got to get off back. You're smashing him."
Yeah, Pitbulls are very, very misunderstood dogs, and a lot of the things that get attributed to Pitbulls aren't even Pitbulls that do it. They're actually other breeds.
Yeah, they are. Because I mean, there's a lot of breeds that have the word bull in it. There's American bulldogs. There's a bullies. There's like all these different kinds of dogs that have bull in the name. It doesn't make them all bad. Most of the time, when pets are fucked up, it's the owner's fault, not the pets.
Yeah.
Do you know?
Now there is the overbreeding thing with pit bulls. Do not get one from a fucking breeder. Go get a mutt pit bull. It'll live longer anyways. But the ones that are like abused in those puppy mills and shit and trained improperly or have been trained to fight and shit, those are the ones you got to worry about. The rest of them are fine.
Yeah. In fact, before we got Molly, there was actually one that was a pit mix that I was looking at as a possible one, but he was a little bit too big, and he had this rash. I wasn't entirely certain if it was going to be like a ongoing thing, so I wasn't entirely
like an
certain
expensive fix.
Yeah, it might have been an expensive fix, and I didn't want to have to deal with an expensive fix right out of the gate with getting a dog.
I will tell you though, a lot of bulldog type species do have skin conditions. So if they're mixed with like an American bulldog or just a regular bulldog or anything like that, they could have skin conditions.
Yeah, like I said, he was
It's not
he was
like
bigger too, so I needed to go with the smaller dog.
Oh yeah, well, but I'm just saying for anybody listening that's thinking about, getting some kind of a bulldog type dog, they do have skin conditions. They can stink really bad sometimes. And you do have to buy like ointment and stuff and put it on them for their skin. They all have severely dry skin conditions, and they get stinky and shit from the crap coming off the dry skin.
Yeah, one thing to help with skin and even hair here for dogs is to give them a little bit of salmon oil.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it's actually
now, of
something
course,
I picked that up from the Humane Society. I was actually looking at the website. They have the wish list for Amazon. I was looking through the wish list and I noticed they had salmon oil. And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." I looked into what it is. It helps with the skin and hair, or with dogs. And I noticed. I know Molly has issues with her paws sometimes, so I figured I got some for her to help with that. And she loves it.
I wonder if that's why my cat's coats are so good. Because ever since I've had them, I've given them cat food that has salmon in it.
Possibly.
And their coats are like super fucking healthy, soft. Like they don't have any kind of dry skin. Or maybe they're just healthy cats. But yeah, I don't know.
Possibly it might help. I mean, it's supposed to give them a softer coat.
Mark, actually, what people are allergic to with pets is the dander. That is the biggest part of it. It's the skin flaking off and then there's also the allergy, like if they get stuff on them, like cats get in the cat box, they have poop on their paws, and some people are allergic to that shit or whatever. But yeah, dander is the main reason why people are allergic to animals. And that's why if you get a hairless cat or a hairless dog, they're not allergic to it, because the dry skin doesn't stay on them. It's not held in by the hair, and it comes off and it can be vacuumed up, wiped away, and done. So that's why, yeah. Ollie, I don't have the money to go anywhere. If I had money, I would have moved to Indiana already. Never mind, go to Baja Con.
Nope.
I don't have that kind of cash, buddy.
I thought you said you're going to Oregon.
Not the same con. No, I'm going to Indiana first, but I'm saving up money right now to move there for a couple of years until the tiny home community property is bought. That's what I'm waiting on. Once the property's bought, I'm fucking out of here. I'll be in Oregon. That's where you will find me, south of Portland somewhere.
Baja Con? What's that?
That's up in Canada, and it's atheist convention as far as I know. See, Ollie, if you want to give us a little information on that, where it's at, what it is, and all that. But I believe it's an atheist convention in is it Ontario or Quebec or something? Move to Indiana. Yes, Porpoise, I was going to tell you, I'm going to be moving to Indiana for a couple of years here soon. Either this fall or next spring.
I thought they were discussing the southern end of Narnia, which is Sarnia, and
Oh my god. What's northern? No Narnia?
yeah,
Shouldn't it be Sunarnia?
with Starnia, it's a hard one to say. West Arnia and East Arnia.
Okay. Sarnia is on the border to U.S. in southwestern Ontario. Thank you, Ollie. I thought somebody said Ontario. I don't know where shit is in Canada. I just heard a conversation. I was over in
I'm gonna be a typical American here in my next comment. Yes, Sarnia is on the border to USA in southwestern Ontario. Oh, you mean near that Vancouver place, right? It's a joke because Americans don't know provinces at all.
Yeah, you go to that Narnia place.
Yeah.
No, we do not. We're horrible. We don't know shit. We barely know our own country, never mind anybody else's. I swear most of our friends online, like Mark and all them that are not here, know more about our fucking country than most of us do. I mean, I know they know more than I do about politics and shit, for sure.
Well, we've been
I shouldn't say
sheltered
politics,
and
I should
lied
say
to and intentionally warped
I mean,
by our
my
masters.
my mom had such a good heart getting us out of Virginia Beach when I was a kid, which I'm glad she did. Because by the time my brothers were teenagers, Virginia Beach was full of drugs. So I'm really glad she got us out of there. But she moved us in the middle of unintelligent land. And literally our entire lives, let me tell you, this is the truth. I swear to God, this is one of the reasons why my two brothers are so cocky. We grew up in an area full of ignorant, uneducated, unintelligent people. I mean, not just uneducated and ignorant, but unintelligent people that might have been like incestuously bred. So when we walked into a school, we were always in the top 10% of the class. Even if we didn't know anything about the subject, we automatically would, as soon as we caught up, we would be in 10%. So I think that kind of made them think that they're fucking smarter than what they are. I don't even have a wardrobe, Mark. How am I going to look in my wardrobe for Narnia? Like, my mom fought with us our entire childhood to get us to use proper English so we didn't sound like the rednecks down the road there talking like this about going up the holler. Because we started talking like that, and she was like, oh, no. But that's what we grew up around. A bunch of ignorance. There was KKK down the road. I didn't even know the KKK existed there until I was 16, and a black guy beat on his white wife. And they appeared and burned his house down while the wife and children were out of the house. Not kidding. Yeah, so I grew up, like, slavery was like a one-day discussion in my school. Not even a day, I don't think. They barely talked about it. They said, oh, it happened. It's done. It's fine. Everything's fine. No, it's not fucking fine. So I came out of school thinking that slavery was something that happened 200 years ago and was not a part of society today and had no effect on society. And I moved to a different area and I learned I was wrong. I mean, I moved from backwoods West Virginia to Orlando, Florida in 1990. And it was insane fucking living there after living out in the country and everybody's neighbors are at least 1 mile, if not farther apart. Like our nearest neighbors were a mile away. Yeah, so boy, did I learn a lot those 3.5 years in Orlando, Florida. I didn't know what transgender really meant. I didn't know what cross-dressing really meant. I didn't know shit about gay people. I just knew I was one, but it doesn't mean I knew shit, you know? Yeah, you're right, Jenny. It was a really horrible education. The whole fucking thing was. As far as like science and religion, we learned a lot, but everything else, not so much.
Science and religion?
Yeah, because I had really amazing science teachers. One of them was my mother. She taught us real science. And then when I moved to the other high school, when she lost her job at the Catholic Academy, and we had to go to public school again, the science teacher out there who was the coach was not a hugely religious guy. He was like kind of mildly religious. He never like talked to the team about God and shit. He didn't do that stuff. So he was science minded, and he was a really good science teacher. Like he did chemistry, biology, all that. He was amazing.
I'll be right back.
So I got really lucky with having multiple science teachers in a row that knew what the fuck they were talking about, and they weren't changing shit for religion. They were saying this is what it is, you know.
And to teach myself most of the science I know.
Oh, Mark, we don't need the prison system to make it institutionalized. It's everywhere here. It's in everything. Like I see it everywhere. Little comments and shit, and little things and signs, and it's horrible. It's like I can't even explain it to you because I have been through all 48 contiguous states, and I cannot even explain to you the amount of racism I have seen and the hatred and everything throughout the U.S. It makes me sick. And let me tell you, when they talk about blue state, red state, Mark, they mean it. You go into a predominantly red state here, you're going to have issues if you're not a white fucking redneck. And best to be a white male redneck. You don't want to be pushed in the kitchen and forced to be barefoot and pregnant, because that's what they do to their women in those areas. Yeah, and it's not just, and unfortunately, there's not just black slavery here, but there's like family slave, like those backwoods people. They treat their fucking wives and kids like shit, man. I'm not saying all of them. I mean, I know there's a lot of good people out there, but there's a good chunk of, and it's not because they're mean necessarily. They're uneducated. Maybe at this year's Gen Con, let me know. When's Porpoise? When's Gen Con this year? Aaron Raw, Forrest Valkai, Seth Andrews. Well, yeah, I knew Aaron Raw was going to be there. And Forrest. Man, Forrest moved up in the ranks fast, huh? Ollie just put him in with Aaron Raw and Seth Andrews.
August 1st through 4th, looks like.
Oh, no, I won't be there yet. I'm thinking either October or next April is what I'm looking at. I'm going to go when there's no tornadoes and no huge snowstorms, because I got to drag my tiny home. It's a 19-hour drive. How many miles is that? I can't remember.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hi, Jenny. Glad to have you back. It is.
Oh, wait, hold on. And Andrew Tate's defamation lawsuit against the Florida woman who accused him of imprisoning her in Romania can go to trial. Yes.
It is 1,269 miles from my door to about, well, within 5 miles of Kyle's parents' house. So, yeah. 1,269 miles. 22-hour drive for you to get to Sarnia from home. Ollie, I'm assuming you're flying out there, right? Or are you going to do that one-day drive? Now, when I left Columbus, Ohio, here's what's funny. Columbus, Ohio, to where I'm at now was to the city center of Santa Fe, was 24 hours and 15 minutes. It was almost exactly 24 hours. Oh, you're driving? Dude, you're nuts. I would not drive that. Mark, I have had my tiny home up to 85 miles an hour without any issues. I never go more than 5 over the speed limit, and the highest speed zone I hit while on the way here was 80, and I had it 85, and it was I had no problems with it. She never wiggled. She never, yeah. And of course, I got the chains and stuff on, and I have the good hitch on my truck. So, yeah, I didn't have any troubles pulling it. I had one mountain that I came over on the way here that I could have stayed on the speed limit going up, but I didn't want to like just blow gas out of my truck. So I just, as I was going up the hill, I gradually slowed down until I got to the peak because it was kind of a steep hill. And then after I went over, I sped back up. But besides that, I never slowed down anywhere on the way here. Never, at no time was my truck not able to pull my tiny home at 85 miles an hour. So, but my truck can pull up to 8,000 pounds, and my tiny home's only averages around 4,500. So it's really not much for it to pull.
Yeah,
I'm the same way, Ollie. I'm the same way. People were like, well, if you're driving through, Beck, spend the night with me. And I'm like, no, you don't know how I drive. I'm a truck driver. Like, I'm getting there. And I'll set my home up and I'll sleep when I'm there in my own bed. Fuck sleeping in the truck. Fuck all that shit. Now, if one of you people said, hey, you're driving right by me, I would love to see you, and I love you to death, I will fucking stop and hang out with you for a few hours. But overnight, maybe. Yeah, Mark. And not only does it have 8,000, well, it's 7,800 or 7,600 tow capacity. It's only a 6-cylinder, but it's a 6-cylinder with the VTEC engine, and that little fucking truck will go. It feels like a V8 to me, but with cheaper gas mileage. So it has a really good V6 in that Chevy Silverado. And when I tell you I was pulling that and my truck never, like, it just didn't even strain. It was nothing for it. And not only did I have my tiny home on the back of the truck, the back of my truck was full of tools and shit too. And so probably altogether, I'd say I was probably pulling around 5,200 pounds or something with it and didn't have any issues.
Molly's being a happy dog right now.
Tubi, and I agree with you 100%, my friend. I hate that shit. A lot of people had slaves. That's not a fucking excuse. That just shows how many people were stupid and ignorant and hateful and horrible. And I'm going to go take a piss. I'll be back. Oh, what the hell?
And not a lot of people had slaves.
The rich people had slaves.
Yeah.
It was a rich people thing.
I heard somebody on NPR was doing a show that was covering a particular feature of slavery and or history and stuff. And according to this person, a slave purchase in today's money would be $20,000 to $30,000.
Yeah, well, having a slave was expensive back then.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's not even like a one-time expense. I mean, you do have to feed them and all that. Like they almost feel like they're treating. I hate to say it, they almost like they were treating him like a pet.
But yeah, but you know what? If you think, I don't think $20,000 or $30,000 is a lot for a human. Like, that's horrible. That just makes it that, because I know they were literally treating them like livestock. Never mind. It makes me sick. I'm gonna go piss.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah. It's terrible.
I just brought it up because when I heard it, I was shocked at that amount of money, and comparing today to back then. No, there's no way a lot of us could afford that kind of change. So I don't like those types of people.
So, do you finally run out of things to say here? Or?
I'm just rolling a cigarette.
Oh, all right.
Mark, it has politically a very strange etymology. in the Civil War days, the Democratic Party had the values that the Republican Party has today. And the Republican Party then had the value systems like Democrats of today. And that went on for a long time. And come the elections in the early 60s of Nixon and various things, they basically flip-flopped the values of the political party, because it had to do with the election and black people being allowed to vote, even though they had been guaranteed that, and the pricks down south wouldn't let them. But its dynamics is what changed, flip the parties. It's really annoying that today Republicans will say things like, "Oh well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican." Yeah, but he wasn't your kind of Republican.
No,
You're right, Jenny. The flip in the Democratic and Republican Party was huge. It was totally opposite.
Mhm.
In fact,
An entire fucking 180.
Yeah, in fact, Lincoln's actually a good example of how that flip, looking at that flip.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And the parties would, people during the switch and stuff like this, they would have different arrangements and stuff, not official parties, but like there were the blue dog Democrats, there were the yellow dog Democrats, red dog Democrats, and all these little subfactions and stuff like that.
Oh, so there was different subdivisions of the Democratic Party as a whole back then.
Oh yeah, and some of those in name kind of still exist today. But they don't have the identification. They're not that popular as a thing that average American would even be aware of.
Right. Okay.
Because the average American doesn't know where Utah is.
Jesus, right. Salt flats are beautiful, by the way. You should drive through them. Strangely quiet and not a lot of life around there, but they're cool to look at.
Hello, Commander.
Where are you, Jester? As far as that one goes, I was gonna tell you 401's backstage, but you already know. Where was the other comment I wanted?
Yeah, I'm here.
Tubian said, I just mean the argument is that many cultures or empires have had slaves, and sure, they have, but that doesn't make it right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's just like saying, well, everybody says the N-word. Doesn't make it
what's appalling about the whole thing is that there's still, of course, with human trafficking and stuff, there's modern day slavery going on. And we seem to be at a loss as how to solve it, how to end it. It's a criminal enterprise, so it's below boards as much as it can be. But there's got to be
there with child trafficking. It's right there with
it's all the same system.
Yep,
it's all the same.
Absolutely. Some horrible people trying to make money off of people they just don't give a fuck if people die or what. I don't, here's the thing that gets me is as much empathy and compassion as I don't have. I don't understand how people that are supposed to have that normally can be so hateful and shit. Like, I don't really give a fuck about people, but I don't want any harm to come to them. You know what I mean? I wouldn't wish any of them ill. I wouldn't want anybody to be hurt or sick or dead or any of that shit, And I'm like one of the biggest proponents of I hate everybody, So I just don't understand how people can just pull their conscience out of their head and throw it in the fucking trash and go do this shit to people. I can't understand. I just can't understand it. It makes no sense to me. I don't see how money is so fucking important. And maybe it's because I've never had much of it, but I just don't see why it's so important.
I'm just absolutely sick of the hate and shit that's out there. We've talked about this on here before. The hate we receive as trans people is just unfucking believable. The volume and vitriolic density. That's my new phrase, meaning how deep, how intense is the vitriol that people spew. It's astronomically more hateful than in the 60s and 70s. I mean,
Yeah.
there definitely were people who hated gays, but they pretty much kept to themselves. You know, make a speech here and there because they were a Nazi group or something. Yeah, even the Nazis didn't bother LGBT much back then.
Yeah, which is weird because Hitler sure hated everybody LGBT, everybody LGBTQ.
Yeah.
So you asked, Mark. Here's your
fact,
articles.
In fact, on public television tonight, there's a documentary about it's called Hitler's Olympics, and it's all about the Nazis and Olympics and the race issues that came present at that time. It looks like it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah. Hi, 401. Did you speak up finally?
Yeah. Just thinking because they're all fucking tattooed.
Well, you're breaking up real badly.
Miserable with themselves.
You're cutting up really bad, buddy.
Let me go. I'm sorry. I'll check everything then come back.
Okay, whatever you said.
Thanks to voice. Reset everything and come back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, so there you go, Mark Caesar. Those are the different people / departments who are trying to do something about prison reform. But I did not find anything as far as I don't see anything as far as Democratic versus Republican. Whether one side or the other is working on it. I'm sure it's the Democrats, but I can't swear to that. Hold on, let me look.
Are you guys aware? Since I don't go in those places, that something that's becoming very popular, commonplace. I don't know how you want to say it. In women's rooms, on the back of the stall door, there is a poster that's put up there. You know, good size, 11 by 14 or larger.
Mm-hmm.
That talks about human trafficking, and it's basically saying, hey, if you need help, call this number. You can get a hold of us now. We're there 24 hours. Blah blah blah. All that good stuff. Do they have something like that in the men's rooms?
No, we just have holes.
That I've seen.
You just have holes.
Yeah, because people end up yanking the little purse holder, coat holder thing off, and no one ever puts them back in the men's room. So we only have holes in the door. That's what you're talking about, isn't it, Mage?
Oh yeah. That's totally what I'm talking about.
Look, I'm in Santa Fe. He's in Florida. It's the same in every men's room. Oh, and usually boot marks on the floor with dirt.
Yes.
Right in front of the toilet. Some of them this way, some of them the other way. Just depends.
I saw this political cartoon. It had the first drawing up on top was a men's room, with just looking at the urinals, like 5 urinals or something like that.
Yeah.
And it says, men's bathroom as seen by women or something like that. And then a drawing below, exactly the same drawing, except that there's two of the urinals are been taken out and rainbow has been painted there. And it says men's room according to Republican men.
That's fucking hilarious. You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to go to a Republican National Convention and walk in the women's room and say, well, you told me I can't be in that one. And when they go, what the fuck are you talking about? You're a dude. Ha.
Yeah, except I think you'd get beat up before you have a chance to explain.
I didn't say I was going to go alone. I'm going to roll like 6 deep doing that shit. Are you shine nuts? I'm walking there by myself. I'm going to get like Kyle and his brother, who are both like 6'3" and huge dudes, and 3 or 4 more of them, and take them with me.
Oh yeah, is Kyle that tall?
Yeah, Kyle is like, he's like 6'1", and 270 pounds. Kevin is 6'2" or 6'3", and he's around the same weight, but he works in auto mechanic shops, like changing tires and oil changes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Dude is like a solid brick of fucking muscle. He lost a bunch of weight. Actually, I'm really proud of Kevin. He lost a whole bunch. He lost like 60, 70 pounds. He looks amazing. And yeah, dude's arms are just like, you could just punch him and they won't move. Like, his muscle ain't gonna move. He's solid fucking muscle.
Yeah, here's somebody who needs to walk into the women's locker room.
Yes, I would love for him to walk into the women's locker room. Yes, that is a trans man.
Yeah,
and he is fucking badass, and I'm so jealous. I'll never look like that. I'm not young enough. I'm not young enough to ever look that good.
There's no way I could even look like that. Shit.
I mean, that dude spent all his fucking time in the gym. That's a fact.
I'm not into that. I'm a little too soft for that.
Mark Caesar said, I recently saw a study that said that the cleanest door in the bathroom is the first one you see when you enter because everyone goes to the back ones. I have heard that too, and I've walked into restrooms that have like, well, you know, most guy restrooms only have like 2 stalls anyways, so you only have 2 to pick from. But sometimes you'll have some that are like 4 or 5, and I always go, should I go to the back or in the middle or the front? Because I've read that study too. Yeah. But if I go to the back of the restroom, it's because I'm about to take a big ass shit, and I really don't want anybody like standing right next to me in a urinal while I'm farting, you know. So that's my gig. That's my gig. There's a fly in my coffee, and he sunk. Fuck.
Oh,
I drank too much.
Is it better?
Oh, much.
Hi. What were you trying to tell us before?
I forgot. Oh, yeah, they're all self-loathing, miserable pussies, and that's why they do what they do, because they hate themselves.
Probably.
I knew what you meant, Mark, but it sounded pretty funny as bottling noises, too.
Bottling noises? Oh, bodily.
He went to type in bodily and it autocorrected to bottling. Dude, you're a man. Be proud of your bottling noises. I'm like, I don't even drink. What am I bottling?
I had this vision of a beer bottle filling line from Laverne and Shirley.
Oh, yeah. Right? Oh, my God. Laverne and Shirley. Maybe that's what she should name the goats instead of Thelma and Louise. They don't seem very wild. I don't think they're going to jump off a cliff.
Well, she said she wanted 4, right? So maybe the next 2. Thelma and Louise and Laverne and Shirley.
She brought them.
I know goats really like to climb shit, but are they? Are sheep as agile as goats are in terms of climbing sheer walls? Oh,
they could. Yeah. I mean, there's sheep and goats alike that are like, there's what is it, Scotland or something? Some of the mountains of Scotland or something like that. There's sheep owners who walk their sheeps on some really steep fucking mountains. So I'm pretty sure sheep could do it too. They have the general same physiology.
I saw this shot of big mountain goats or whatever they call them on a rock face that was it was at least, let's see, 90, 80, maybe 75, 80 degrees. Okay, and the ledges that it had were looked to be like maybe 2 or 3 inches wide tops, and these fucking goats are walking across them and up and down them like it's nothing. It's just shocking that they can do that.
I got you right here. You ready, Mage?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like that, Jenny?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
It's
do it all the
just-
time.
It's just fucking amazing.
Yeah. Well, they were born in the areas where that was a necessity. Like if you took one of our goats, an older one of our goats, probably put him up there, probably break his fucking neck. You know.
Well, but okay. Well, the thing is a lot of animals grew up in that environment too, but these are the only guys who developed that ability. Yeah, impressive.
I know, it's crazy. And there's like look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, right. Oh, the inside of their hooves are curved. Oh, that's why they can do it. They're like little grooves in them. There's some goats there. We don't have any more pictures? Come on. Well. But yeah, they definitely they definitely can climb on some super steep shit. And they won't just walk across it, like they'll hop up to the next ledge. Hop.
Mm-hmm.
They hop. That little ping. It reminds me of that goat game where you're trying to get them up to the top of the mountain. You're making them jump.
But they do fall. I saw
Yeah.
There's some clips on some nature show of some sort, and they started to show goats that slipped and fell, and I couldn't watch it. The first movement I saw like that, I turned away. I can't. I have a thing with heights, and it really creeps me out to see something like that.
Yeah, I hear you. Mark, I don't think they give birth on the walls. They do have flatland they can go on. It's just while they're going to a different part of the flatland. Shh, don't say I'm being silly. I'm trying to be serious here. They have to walk across walls sometimes. How they give birth on the walls. That is pretty funny. Could you imagine that? You know what they do is the mom goat stands here, and then you got two daddy goats to help. And then the other goats just line up below them, and whoever catches the baby first, they name it the baby after that goat. That's what they do. Yep.
Do they use their horns to
right
help
out.
catch them, or?
Yeah, if you flip them over, they're like a basket. Whoops, gotcha. Throw them right on your back. Keep walking on the hill. That's right. The baby goats use the umbilical cord as a bungee. Mark, you killed me. Boing, 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 boing. Okay, pull him up, boys. He's all right. Is that how they make them cry for the first time? They hit the bottom of the bungee jump and they go, ah, and then they go back up and they're fine.
Interestingly enough, bungees were originally designed as a means of execution.
What?
Really? Better hanging method?
They were longer, so they just smack into the ground.
Oh, you're talking about they drop them from a really high height and kill them on impact.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucked up. Who did that?
I'm not sure exactly whoever invented the bungee. And then we came up with later came up with the idea of just shortening it so it would be a fun thing.
I don't know.
Hey,
if
you
I
know what we
believe
could do?
that.
We could shorten it so people don't hit the ground, and that could be fun. Are you sure, Mage? Are you pulling our leg?
I'm pretty sure that's what I've heard about it.
I remember as a kid in a National Geographic magazine, there was a story about these people who lived down in, I believe it was in the Amazon area, and they had this ritual that they would do. With all the young men were required to climb to this top of this tower of whatever they built it out of. It was like 20, 30, 40 feet, and they tie a rope to their ankle, and they jump, and it stops you within inches of the ground. And supposedly, some thing to make you macho or whatever. I don't know if that was real because, you know, there used to be a film that said spaghetti grew on trees too.
Okay, bungee cords. Bungee cords have been around for longer than you may think. Post-World War I, they were commonly used to provide lightweight suspension for aircraft undercarriages. They were also often used in old-school parachutes.
We really get into.
Huh.
I don't see anything on that.
And they said they started using it for bungee jumping because there was an old, hold on. It was inspired by a traditional Vanuatu ritual in which participants would jump from tall towers and platforms using vines to break their fall. So they changed that jump challenge to you don't have to catch yourself.
Okay, so I heard it wrong then.
Yeah, so somebody gave you wrong. Yeah, well, you know what? I don't doubt it. People are fucking full of shit. They make up shit all the time. That's why I reference if somebody says something like that, and it's like Occam's razor. Simplest explanation is probably the correct one. If somebody gets too complicated in a story, I'm like, I don't know. So I go look. Learn from the baby goats. That's right, Mark. They're the best bungee jumpers ever. Hashtag umbilical bungee.
Well, I remember looking at that and just, you know, silently thinking to myself how much I really.
Jenny, don't hit buttons. Come back. Thank you.
How much you really don't what?
Oh, you missed it? It disappeared?
You
What?
disappeared just as you were saying.
Really don't is the last thing we heard.
Oh, thinking about how I don't want to be a boy. If that's what you had to do to grow up.
Yeah, trust me. I know how you feel.
Yeah, jumping out.
I was born in the wrong skin and the wrong body. I know I wasn't supposed to be white.
It's like skydiving. I see no reason to jump out of a perfectly good plane.
My mother said that to my brother when he became a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne.
If they could give me a 100% guarantee that I would not be hurt or killed in a parachute jump, I would do it. But it's just the whole prospect of jumping out and having absolutely no control and being conscious as you watch your death rush up to you.
I don't think.
Hey, the good news is if you fall really fast, you'll probably pass out. You won't feel a thing.
I don't think I even want to do it then because I just don't like the sensation of falling.
Oh, I'm totally doing it. I'm totally doing it. And I'm going to do it like about the time I hit about 69, 70, because that's about the time that my life is supposed to be done. Unless I start feeling sick, and then I'll go sooner. But I'm definitely doing it before I die. But I've decided I'm going to do it at the end of my life. And that way, if I do die, who the fuck cares?
Yeah, Mark, that you got the idea, Mark.
Yes, exactly. More than a few seconds. I love how you put stuff, Mark. It's perfect. It's perfect, brother. But more than a few seconds before. Yeah,
on the way
that's
down,
why
huh?
that's why I'm waiting until I'm old. That, and I'm afraid that if I get up there and start going down, I'll want to unbuckle and just stop it all. No, I'm just kidding. Slightly, sort of, not really, kind of. Could never kill myself. That's why I'm still alive.
Well, we've got about
a good reason to be a coward.
We got about a minute and a half left here before we turn into pumpkins.
Oh, we're almost at 3 hours.
Yeah, we
I
got
didn't know it'd been that.
time.
Oh, I came in late, didn't I?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, that's why.
Okay, we guys want to wrap this up or?
It's up to you. You're the boss.
You're the one that's got to stay here no matter what we do. So,
I could probably go in for another hour if you guys want to.
Hey.
I'm cool. We're quickly getting older as we speak. I know. As soon as you hit 25, it's all downhill from there, bro. So when you stop growing and you start aging, about 25 years old. So 6:45 today, I go to the dentist. It was originally 5:45. They've changed it twice on me without asking. They just texted and said, your appointment is now 6:15. And then they called yesterday and said, your appointment is now 6:45. And I said, that appointment changes a lot without my knowledge. And the lady didn't say a word. I said, I will see you guys tomorrow. And she goes, no, Wednesday. And I'm like, okay.
I can't believe you have an appointment that late in the day.
I know. It's a clinic that serves a lot of Medicaid patients.
Oh, okay.
And,
I get it.
Yeah, and the dentists there are really great. Like, there's a town about an hour and 15 minutes from here, and they used to have one dentist, and the one dentist is gone, and we are the closest town to them. So they drive in an hour and 15 minutes. So they stay open later, and they open at like 7 a.m., and they stay open till 7 or 8 p.m., I think, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., because they have a lot of people that come from out of town after work and stuff, and they know that. So they extended their hours. They're one of the only two places that those people can go, and both of them are in Santa Fe. So it's an hour and 15-minute drive one way, no matter what, for those people. So,
we got this,
but the dentists are so cool there. They're such good guys.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I love that picture.
And they're doing a comparison. History will remember. The other comparison they're doing is this one.
Go to the first one again.
It's the Nazi rally with all the people doing the hail sign, and the guy's just sitting there with his arms crossed. And then they're comparing that
to hail Hitler. Yeah,
they're comparing that to this lady here holding up the guilty of genocide.
And of course, we're talking about Israel.
Yeah, this is for Israel.
Yeah. I don't take a side in that whole thing, but I absolutely despise hate and would love to see passed on by natural causes, although hopefully they're painful. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Netanyahu.
Yeah.
You know he's in the U.S. right now talking to Congress.
Yeah. He
I
has
think as
no
we
business
speak.
being there. He's a fucking war criminal.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
And the shitty thing is we've made so many goddamn pacts with Israel that we're having issues now.
Those things should be illegal.
Problem. We made way too many fucking pacts with Israel.
They should not have the kind of sway they have in our government at all.
I agree. 100%. I don't think they have a right to have any fucking, I don't know. And that's why everybody's mad at Biden, and I get it, but it's not totally Biden's fault. His hands are tied on some things.
Yeah, now, he has to keep up the treaties that the country accepted. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, and those treaties were accepted a long time ago by a Republican, if I remember correctly. Or someone who just didn't give a fuck. But the point is we're stuck. There's nothing we can do. You can be mad at Biden all you want. You're going to be mad at Harris too. Those treaties are in place, and those pacts are in place, or treaties rather. You're right. I said pacts improperly. Those treaties are in place, and our hands are tied, dude. There's nothing we can do now. If we would have known it was going to happen ahead of time, we could have got out of some of them.
Well, we could
but
stop
it's too late.
sending it. We can stop sending them weapons.
It's part of the treaty. There's treaties made. That's what Jenny's saying. All of that is set in stone that we are to help each other. But we don't do stupid shit like go attack other countries.
Yeah,
so no one needs to help us.
Yeah, to help them for defense. This is not defense, though.
But they were attacked first.
Yeah, but
no.
Yes, well,
that's
we're well past
Ukraine and Russia. I'm sorry. No, the Hamas did attack first. Yes.
Yeah, we're way past.
And that's the biggest. Well, but the biggest problem I think we have is that not all the Palestinians are cool with Hamas. Most of them are not. Hamas is a radical group that is trying, and I understand what they're doing. They're going about it wrong, and I understand what they're doing. But it's the bottom line is it's another one of those forever long battles that'll never fucking go away. Just like the religious battles.
They're not even attacking Hamas anymore. They're going right after the people themselves directly.
I know.
Not even trying to cover it up.
I know. Please let me tell you, I am very aware of all that. And if you guys aren't out there, listen, because it's true. No, I know you're right. But.
And as far as I know, there's nothing in treaties saying that we have to support that. This is not defense.
I guess that would probably be.
It started out as defense for about
Yeah,
the
started
first 20,
defense.
for about the first 24 hours, and then
Yes.
Israel went nuts.
And their Iron Dome kept most of it out, anyways. They did take some damage.
Netanyahu saw that attack by them, you know, and I'm reading his mind, of course, as his chance to unleash the power that they have wanted. The fucking radical conservatives have wanted in Israel for 20, 30, 40 years.
I can agree
Okay,
with that.
and they finally had enough of a response to do that. You know, so that's what makes it a war crime. He just, it's just fucking wrong. You know, you don't bomb schools, you don't bomb hospitals.
Hospital.
You know, you don't
Ambulances.
buy refugee
Kids.
camps.
Yeah, and they started out saying that Hamas was hiding under the hospital, and then they went and investigated, and there was no fucking sign of Hamas in that hospital ever. They're just using it as an excuse to bomb the fucking Palestinian people at this point. That's all it is.
Infants.
I know. They didn't just blow up a hospital with hurt people in it. They blew up a hospital that had like babies and shit in it. A children's fucking ward and shit. Yeah. No, I'm done with. I'm so fed up with Israel right now. I can't even fucking. Actually, I'm just fed up with the people in charge of Israel that are causing all of this. Oh, God damn, my neck still hurts from that fall fucking Friday night. God damn, man. I tweaked the shit. I gave myself whiplash when I passed out from my food poisoning. Had a over vasovagal stimulation, Jenny. You know what vasovagal is?
Mm-hmm.
Elvis Presley? Yeah. I almost gave myself a heart attack is what almost happened. I took my blood pressure. I took my blood pressure when I woke up like 45 minutes to an hour later. And my blood pressure was, it's typically 115 over 85-ish. And it was 70 to 73 over 51, 53.
Yeah, that's what mine usually is.
Yeah, I bottomed out. Like, I bottomed out hard. I got to the urgent care. They took it, and it was almost normal. And then when I got to the emergency room, because the urgent care was going to send me by ambulance, I said, no, you're not. And they were like, yeah, it's fine. You have Medicaid. And I said, that's not the point. I don't need to be driven to the fucking emergency room. When I drove myself here, fine. I'll drive to the... So I signed out AMA and drove to the emergency room. And then they took my by the time they got me inside and took it there, which was like, you know, a forever long wait, again, it was back to normal. So they were like, well, you're... And so I took pictures because I took it at home, and I took pictures of the screen of the blood pressure monitor that I have. And I showed him to the guy, and I said, look, doc, this is what it was when I woke up. As soon as I could get my brain was straight enough that I could put a blood pressure cuff on, I did. And I took it 2 times on one arm and 1 time on the other. And these are the results, and they all match. So I bottomed out. And so that's what we think happened is because I had such severe diarrhea and with a little bit of constipation in there, and the diarrhea was pushing the constipation out, and it's overstimulated my vasovagal, and I fucking passed out.
Wow.
I kept it together for a good 20 minutes before I passed out. I was dizzy the whole time. So I did really good. I was having palpitations, Mark, and I got a blood pressure monitor because I was trying to figure out, you know, I was trying to kind of like watch my blood pressure and stuff. It started making me nervous. And it turned out it was the cigarettes. And now that I have stopped smoking for the last 3 months, actually within a week of me stopping smoking, the palpitations stopped. So cigarettes were giving me heart palpitations. So.
Oh, is that why they monitored you with that Holter monitor?
Yes, that's why I had the Holter monitor on. Correct. But it was after I quit smoking. So by the time they mailed it to me and I wore it and they got the order in and all that, which took a couple weeks, I had no palpitations. So the monitor came back clean. No issues.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, I think it was because they put me on cholesterol meds and high blood pressure meds to protect my kidney because my cholesterol is kind of high. And I said to the doc, like, what do you want me to eat? I have vegetables and bread. Vegetables don't fill me up, and I feel like I'm starving constantly. So I eat rice or I eat bread or whatever to fill me up. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm taking like the cholesterol meds and I'm on a vegan diet. Like, I don't know what else you would like me to do for my cholesterol, but yeah, but anyway, so if you have high blood pressure or bad cholesterol, it makes your heart work harder. It decreases blood flow throughout your body. Therefore, it can damage your organs. Therefore, it's putting a strain on my one slightly okay kidney. So, they're also changing my testosterone from injection to gel every day because the injection is too much of a blast of testosterone, and I might end up with blood clots.
You have to do that every day?
So I have to, yeah, they're just switching me to gel, and gel is an everyday thing. It's gonna be such a pain in the ass. Oh, Jenny!
What?
Jenny, get a hold of me. Like, send me your address. Or
Okay.
P.O. Box, whatever you want to use. Well, because I have all this injection shit. I just bought a box of 100 needles and 100 draw, 100 injection needles, and 100 syringes.
Oh.
And I can't use them anymore. And it's like $50 worth of shit, and I don't want to throw it out. I'd rather give it to somebody who can use it like you.
All
So
right, we'll talk.
If you're comfortable with that, I will promise I will not give it to anybody. You know, I'd never do that to you.
Well, I don't want you to do a wasted effort. So take a snapshot of the labels on the needle and on the hypo, and let's see if it's the type that I use.
What size do you use?
22 gauge, 1.5 inch, and a 1 milliliter.
Okay, so the 1 mLs are good. I'll send you the 1 mLs. What about your draw needle? What do you draw with?
I don't. I just poke with it.
Oh my God, Jenny, you're not supposed to do that. You dull the needle. Then you're sticking it in your skin, ripping your skin.
So what?
It doesn't bother you?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe
well,
check
I can still.
too.
Oh yeah, that's right. Maybe Purple can use them. Yeah, I can still. But I can send you over the needles. I mean, the syringes at least. There's I have 75 of them or something. A lot. I'm definitely not gonna throw them out.
Well, I've got a whole bunch for myself right now. So check with Perp.
Okay. All right. I'll check with Perp.
Always
first.
use the help.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Depends on how much pineapple they eat, Mark. Oh my God, you two are Jester. It's not like cum. And I don't eat pineapple, but I do eat chocolate randomly, so it probably tastes pretty good.
I got myself a pineapple to eat.
Yeah, and you know what else is funny? My body odor isn't as bad anymore as it was before. When I was eating meat, swear to God, it's not as bad as it used to be.
Oh, that's well known. I remember.
Really?
During the Vietnam War, guys coming back and saying that the Viet Cong could smell you. If you were hiding, they could smell you because you're an American and what you eat and how you eat.
Wow. Yeah, because we're big meat eaters. We eat way too much meat. Like, you really don't eat that much meat, you guys. You really don't. No. It's really bad for you to eat that much meat.
Aaron, I just checked 90 over 53.
Yeah. Yeah, no, mine's normally higher than that. I mean, I am on the lowest level of olmesartan and atorvastatin for cholesterol and blood pressure and stuff. I'm on the lowest doses. The problem is it's not that my blood pressure is high normally. It's that when I get anxious, it jacks up, and I'm anxious a lot. Like every time I go to the doctor, so they think I have blood pressure, but I don't really. I'm just stressed out.
They call that white coat hypertension.
White coat?
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
I used
Yeah,
to
I
be that
literally
way
get
too.
stressed out when they put the blood pressure monitor on me because I have anxiety because I'm afraid it's gonna be too high, and then it makes it higher. Like I was in so much pain at the hospital, my blood pressure was actually up to 129/97 when I was in the emergency room because the pain in my neck and my knee. My knee's pretty good now. It just hurts when I touch them. When I fell, my legs collapsed and my knees hit my step stool. My little 2-step step stool that I keep for like putting underneath my feet and getting in bed. And it has like the grippy things on it. So it like tore the shit out of my knee. Let's see if I can show you. See?
Ooh,
I can't tell. I
hold on.
can't tell.
Let me get that.
This knee doesn't even hurt though. The other one that has no scrapes is the one that hurts.
Want
Oh,
to show again?
yeah.
Oh,
And that's from that's 5 days ago. That's 5 days ago. That's half healed. Yeah, I got a pretty good. I collapsed, Jenny. Like I was walking and I woke up on the floor and I lost like a 45 minutes to an hour of time, and my cat was laying there staring at me, which he has done all 4 times I've passed out here. Never passed out in my life till I've lived here. One of the reasons I'm leaving this elevation. I think this elevation is not good for me. I've never had high blood pressure in my life. I do here. So I think I need to get the fuck out of Santa Fe. I think this elevation is just, I'm not used to it. My body is not adapting to it well, is what I think. It's hard living at like 30 to 900 feet your entire life. And then, you know, when you're almost 50, you move to 7,500 feet. It's weird, you guys. Trust me. I can't wait to get to a lower level and have all my energy. I've had no energy since I've been here or anything. This elevation is just not, it's not okay. I really should try to move in October if I can.
I'm like 650, 680.
Yeah.
Above sea level.
Yeah. I'm sure you're.
If I go to the top of the bluffs, I'm about 1,200 feet, 1,300 feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of like Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Minnesota, Wisconsin, like that whole area, the average is like 600 to 900, I believe. Discounting going up on mountains. The general height is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Feet. Wisconsin does have a mountain.
Does it?
Yeah, barely. It's like
so a large mound.
1,050, 1,070, something like that.
Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah. When I go up on the mountain here, Jenny, if I go all the way up to the ski resort where the lift is, the very top of the mountain, it's like a little under 14,000 feet. I think it's 13.9 or 13.5 or something like that.
When I worked,
so it's pretty fucking high up.
When I worked the safety team at Road America, my corner station was often corner 2. And corner 2 is almost exactly on the spot where the highest spot in Sheboygan County, Wisconsin. And
really?
So everything around me was lower. It was kind of neat.
And you were doing what then? What job did you have?
I worked as a safety team at Road America.
Oh, rural America. Cool. Okay.
Racing cars, crashing, burning.
Yeah.
Did somebody jump in there and save that person?
So you were a lookout.
I was safety team. Everybody on safety team is on safety team, and everybody did everybody else's jobs. The only people who were specialized were the paramedics when they got on scene.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you had like a big crew of safety people. Gotcha.
Usually, no. There's been such a lack of interest in young people to get involved in racing that that's starting to be very difficult to fill a schedule. And
really?
I'm working a corner alone nowadays. Yeah, there used to be like 3, 4, 5 people at a corner. That much happens. You need that many people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, yeah. Absolutely. No, the crashes can be, well, life or death. Horrible.
Mm-hmm.
What was I going to say? What kind of safety training you have to have for something like that? Because if that's a high demand job, I'll sit up and watch.
Oh no, it's sub minimum wage. You really got to want to do that. It's you don't make money on it at all.
But hold on, if I'm going to be in Indianapolis, that might not be a low wage job. That
Rich
might be a
people
really
always want
high
to pay.
paying job.
Rich people always want to pay you less as less as they can.
Little as they can.
Of course, I'm used to that.
Okay,
I
fine.
just demand
Use that
more.
word.
I'm crazy. This is what I do. I ask for more. Like they offered me one job, and like the job I'm taking, the lowest pay on it was like $14 an hour. And they said, well, our range is blah, 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 blah. And I said, well, where would I be with, my lack of experience? Because these people are really giving me a shot. I don't have like serious dog training, any kind of thing like that. So they're going to train me and everything. But I said, the range was 14 to 16. So I asked for 15 and she gave it to me. I have no experience really, except for, growing up around animals and having dogs most of my life and, being around my parents training them. And that's what I told them. So sometimes, they're going to try to lowball you. It's just like if you go into a bargain store or a flea market, you can bargain your pay unless it is at a set fix. You can still ask. I've done it before, I've stood up and said, well, I don't know for this pay. And when I was working at the rehab place, that's why I ended up at $21 an hour. Cause I said, well, $20 an hour. I might want this other job. It might be better for me. And she said, I'll give you 21. And I said, now we're talking. And I got $21 an hour. Sometimes you just have to ask or demand.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah, Mark Caesar. Well, I'm surrounded by mountains and we don't have earthquakes up here, but we are not on a fault line. So, fault lines are on either side of us. So we are missed by all that shit. Yeah, get my head out of the gutter, Jester. I know you, bro. Yeah, and actually the area in Oregon that we're going to be putting the tiny home community in is not only good for fault lines, but it is also good in case something crazy like Yellowstone blows, because we'll be on the other side of the wind. We'll be upwind from the blowout if that happens.
Did you see the blowout that happened at Yellowstone? Or
what are you talking about?
Geisner National Park?
Really?
Yeah, there was one of the hydro vents exploded. They said, well, this happens periodically, but this was a really big one. It looked like it wiped out everything in about 50, 60 yard radius.
You talking about the Old Faithful? Was it the Old Faithful?
I guess it was in that display, but it wasn't that particular geyser.
Oh, okay.
It's got to be on YouTube. I guarantee it's on YouTube somewhere.
I'm looking right now.
Incredibly dramatic explosion.
Okay, 13 hours ago. Got it. Okay, hold on just a second. I'll share it.
Yeah, share it. That would be a very good.
We get it all zoomed and shit. What the fuck is that? Get that out of there, ad.
I guess nobody was injured, luckily. It didn't look like a whole lot of people there, but
yeah. All right, Mage. Okay, so this is the video they have up here. It says a surprise hydrothermal explosion in Yellowstone National Park has sent sightseers running for safety after steam, rock, and dirt shot high into the sky. No injuries.
And ad.
Can't do anything about it either.
We'll turn the sound off for this stupid ad.
No, at least it's open. Look at that.
Shit! Run!
Shit! Run! Oh!
Run!
She's yelling at her kids. Come on! Their videotape. People are like, what?
Run!
That's a nervous mom.
She ran to the other side. Holy shit.
I mean, look at that. Isn't it just unbelievable?
That is huge.
They showed some of
occurred.
They showed some of the damage from the aftermath, and that walkway is just completely annihilated.
Really? It says the last time this erupted was 1991. 23 years ago. Or 20, almost 24. No, wait a minute. Yeah, 23 years ago. 33 years ago.
All done.
Parts of the park have been temporarily closed while they investigate. That's crazy, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, Biden.
Fucking
I don't
Biden
think
and
that
his
has anything to
goddamn
do-
fucking
no.
goddamn explosions.
No, that was Obama, obviously.
Yeah. Joe.
Hey, why are you
planned
saying that?
It's-
Because there was some black matter in the explosion? Huh, Mage?
It's a diversion from people paying attention to politics. You see, Biden did it.
Yeah, Mark Caesar,
No.
that range, that mountain range there where in Yellowstone, yes, it is very, very old. Jenny might know more about that than I do.
Didn't you hear Biden's already dead and they're just covering it up?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I have heard that, and I do.
Yeah,
know
that's
it's
why
true.
he was on a phone call during Kamala's rally.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
said,
That was just a recording.
"You got this, kid. I love you."
It's
Yeah,
all
but he's
AI.
never said that anywhere before.
That was just that was a recording and AI. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, because he always says that to Kamala. I'm
And
proud of you, kid. I love you.
Much of the region in Yellowstone and the geyser area and stuff like that is some of the shallowest crust on the earth. When you measure surface to hot stuff, and apparently it has a habit of every 350,000 years of kind of letting go and wiping out everything within a few hundred miles.
Yep.
And it's due.
And here's the thing.
It could happen this next 10 seconds. It could happen.
It is due. And here's the other thing about Yellowstone is, I don't know if you guys know, but they actually found a larger caldera under the original caldera in Yellowstone. And which sounds scary, right? Because we'll just do a comparison, okay? Let's say this was the first caldera and it's on the top, right? The other one is, hold on, where'd it go? Shit. The other one's more like this. It's literally like 5 times the size of the first one, which sounds scary, but they said that the second caldera is actually causing stability for Yellowstone, not instability. So it's actually encouraging Yellowstone to not erupt.
So that's the reason why it's late. Huh?
That's probably why it's late. Yes, that's why it's late. And they only found that, I don't know, when did they find the I'll find out when they found the second caldera. It was only a few years back, I think.
Well, I heard one of the scientists mumble something like it could be so intense that it would provide pretty much a nuclear winter for the entire planet.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
For a time.
It would. Yes, and it specifically the northern part of the like where you live, Jenny. It's a bad place to live because the wind's going to blow from the west coast and it's going to blow everything right over to you guys. And that's why Oregon's a better place to be, because where I'm going to be out in Oregon is too far away for the eruption to kill us.
Honey,
some structures.
They're talking the entire
it'll go the other way.
Northern hemisphere.
It's not going to
nuclear winter.
No, it's not going to be that severe because of that second caldera.
Let's see, was it the Krakatoa caldera that went up, or another caldera in that area? And they had the coldest summer of all time in London. Okay, yeah. and this is bigger.
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is if you look at the West Coast and then down around towards Texas of the southern part of the states right above Mexico, that is literally going to be the safest place to be in the United States. That's just a fact. Like you'll have less fallout and more chances of surviving it. And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I already have like ideas in my head. Like I'm going to plastic off my fucking house. And then I'm going to make a little foyer area out front, like where you can walk in and have a seal system. Yep. That's what I'm going to do. It's the only way to keep the only way to live.
A blast of that size is not dependent on the weather. It creates its own weather as it goes.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that to prevent ash from getting into your house, like you'd have to.
No, it does what it wants. There's going to be nowhere that's safe.
Jenny, I'm just saying there's I'm not saying we can avoid it. I'm saying there's things we can do to lessen our harm when it happens, is all I'm saying. I know a lot of people are going to die. A lot of fucking people are going to die. Huge amounts of people. I know. But by the time that happens, hopefully I'll already be dead because of my kidney. So I won't have to deal with it. You suckers will be sitting here still dealing with it.
Part of me says I'd like to experience it just because I know I'm going to die soon anyway.
I know, right? It's kind of why I want to go like skydiving, you know? Like I just want to do something fun before I go, you know? My life's been miserable and hasn't been a lot of fun. I got to have some fun at some point.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't feel like bouncing, thanks.
No. Jumping out of a perfectly good plane does not sound like fun to me.
Hey, you know, there are plenty of people that have bounced and lived and been fine. I mean, they had to have their back redone with metal, but they lived.
I had a friend who bounced and survived, and
really
continued in the sport. Mm-hmm. He Roman candled in, and it fortunately was just enough to not. He didn't even break a bone. It came down that easy.
That's amazing. You know, that's part of that is probably because he knew how to land properly and he had experience.
I would imagine he was a fairly athletic guy.
Yeah, because the first thing they do when training you to jump out of a fucking perfectly good airplane with a parachute is they teach you how to roll properly so you don't fucking break your legs on impact.
The next thing this guy did to himself, he was flying an ultralight and he went too close to the water and jammed, the bottom side, his feet and legs and stuff into the water, and it just flipped the whole thing instantly.
Oh yeah, it's like hitting concrete. If you hit water too fast, it's concrete. Hitting that surface. I mean, go over to a pool or a large body fill up your bathtub with water and then smack it with your hand and see how it feels. Now imagine your body at however many miles per hour hitting that concrete.
I've done something similar with the high dive at a YMCA. I landed wrong. And
flat.
I ended up landing flat instead of at an angle. That didn't feel too good. I remember just feeling like I hit the water and I felt like I was on top of the water for like a second and then just kind of slowly sank down.
Yeah. Oh no, that's literally because that water surface breaking that tension. Once you break the tension, you're fine. But breaking that tension and smacking that like that, people have died, literally. I'm glad you weren't seriously hurt.
No, I wasn't seriously hurt. Knocked the wind out of me, but I was okay.
Oh, yeah, but you know what I mean about concrete then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have tried to do a cannonball into a pool when I was younger, and I was in my teens, and I was at a friend's house, and I tried to do a cannonball, and I landed on my back, and it fucking hurt. You definitely want ass first with the cannonball, not your back. Don't do that. It fucking hurt. And I was pretty high up. They had one of those higher dives in their pool because they had like the deep, expensive ass pool.
We had our most favorite place to go swimming was a quarry out in the next county. There was this area that it was known, the bottom was known, and how safe it was. Nothing pointing up and going to kill you if you dive in. And so everybody went there, and it was I don't know, 15 to 20 foot cliff down to the water. Yeah, we used to do all kinds of crazy fucking dives and stuff.
Oh yeah, West Virginia is the same way. There's all kinds of mountains next to the river and trees overhanging, and we used to put in like the ropes and we jump off. That same area had a old railroad trellis that was bridge that was no longer being used, and some of the kids would jump off of that and a couple of them got seriously hurt, and one of them he died because the water was lower that day. He wasn't paying attention to the water level, and he jumped and smacked his head on a fucking rock.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah. So then after that, all the parents were like, stay off the fucking trestle, use the goddamn rope, you know. But yeah, we used to do that crazy shit, Jenny. We had on our farm when I was 6 to 12 years old, we lived on this one farm, and back behind the house, there was like a tree line, and then you walk through the tree line, there was a field. And then to the left of that field, there was 2 hills that were kind of close together. And back in there, the whole area was covered by tree cover, and it was like the rainforest in there. Like literally, there was big ass vines. All the ground was constantly wet, and when you stepped on it, everywhere you stepped, you left a footprint if you didn't sink in. And so there was vines hanging from the trees, so we were swinging across the valley with vines, and it was a good 40, 50 feet. And we were little. I mean, I was like 6 years old when this happened. My brothers were like 9 and 10. And so we went out there and we were swinging on the vines, and one of the vines finally broke with keel on it. And he smacked into the hillside below where he should have landed. And it was all wet dirt. And he stood up, and the whole front of him was dirty, and the back of him was clean. It was fucking hilarious. We laughed so hard, and he left an imprint. Hold on.
He did it. So he did a coyote move.
He landed like this. And he left a body imprint in the side of the hill. And we took him home. And Mom was like, are you okay, son? Are you all right? She was smart not to laugh at him. He never went out there again. We never rode another vine out there. We realized we were getting too big, and we were snapping them because they weren't strong enough. But oh my God, it was funny. His whole, like, he turned around, he was looking down, and he looked up, and all you could see was his eyeballs.
Quarries are fun.
But yeah, it was a weird little valley that it was a weird little, we called it the Bermuda Triangle because nothing else on the whole property looked like that. And there was nobody else's property in the whole area that had that little valley that was so enclosed, it just held the moisture in, all the trees did. And in the summertime, we'd go over there and there was moss on the rocks, and we'd lay down on the rocks. It was so cool. It was the nicest place in the summertime to hang out. Yeah. There's always like a nice breeze going through the valley and shit. It was just a little weird spot on our farm we found by accident one day. We lived on a 100-acre farm, so we never explored the whole thing. I don't think the whole time we were there, we ever saw all of that farm. Yeah, captive desk, the Y pool. Let me go back to pools for a second. Let me tell you the first time I ever jumped off of a high dive. Mind you, until I was 19, I could not swim at all. I grew up in an area that only had like little creeks. There was no swimming. You know what I mean? So until I was a teenager, and I didn't care at that point. But at the college pool where my mom went to college when we were little kids, and she had kicked out my dad, went back to college to become a teacher. We had full access to the college pool. We had full access to everything in the college. We could go anywhere except for the administration offices, and no one gave a fuck, pretty much. So mom had all these kids running around the college all the time. So we were at the college pool, and they had one of those high dives because they did have, swimming athletes that swam back then at the college. And so my brothers went up on the high dive, and this fucker was, mind you, I'm 8 years old, and I'm not a big dude. I've always been tiny. So I follow my brothers up there, and there's this huge platform and then the big diving board going out. The platform's big enough for like 8 people to stand on it, or something, six to 8 people. And so they go out and they jump, and I'm like, I want to jump, but I can't swim. So this is what I did. I had them tread water below me. And when I jumped in, they pulled me up and pulled me out of the pool. And it was the best fucking experience in the world. And again, it hurt when I hit the water because I didn't dive in right, but I don't care. It was still fun. I just did like feet first and smacked the back of my legs a little bit. But, and it was a really like deep pool because it was, the higher the dive is, the deeper the pool is going to be. But yeah, so my brothers just like swam over, and they swam down and pulled me because I couldn't even. I can't even get to a surface when I'm in the water. I panic, and so they pulled me out, threw me on the, got me out of the pool, and I did that like once or twice. I think I might have done it twice. I just want to do it because they were doing it, and I was like, "Fuck you, I can do it too." Tell me I can't do something, motherfucker. Called Black Wall Reach. We used to jump from. That was fun. Nice. Yeah, river jumping's great, man. I was weary because I didn't know the river. So before I ever did it in that spot I was telling you guys about, I went out and like got in the river a little bit because I wanted to know how fucking deep it was. I'm not crazy. Just jumping in a fucking body of water I can't see through. You ever done anything like that, Mage?
Jumping in a body of water I can't see?
Well, no,
Nope.
like rope, swinging on a rope in the water kind of thing. You ever done stuff like that?
No, I've not done that.
Oh, man.
They don't have hills in Florida.
Oh yeah, that's right. He's in Florida.
We do have ditches are usually pure water.
You do have a lot of water there, but nothing anybody would want to swim in.
I mean,
Nothing that's natural.
I do have the Gulf. I mean, but
again, not anything anybody would want to swim in.
I used to swim in that when I was little, but
all the oil leaks that have
a while back
happened on the Gulf since you've been born.
I wouldn't want to swim there in there now.
Remember a while back I was mentioning about some guys who were divers, cave divers, and they got under Florida and started following this cave and stuff like that. One of the features of that body of water is that it was absolutely crystal clear.
Fuck that. Nope. Not going in any cave underwater. Nope.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that either. But it's still, I'm just remarking that the water was something you could actually see through. So
13 meters high, like 35 feet. I wouldn't have jumped from 30 feet. No, dude, that's death. That is never again. That's death. So
I think you should take a look at the Olympic high dive specs.
No, Jenny. We're talking about going out and jumping in the wild into bodies of water that are unknown. 30 feet in the air is really high for that, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about like I'm not talking about like an enclosed pool kind of thing. No, I know Olympics. My God, they're way up there, but they also have adequate, like the pool is deep enough to accommodate the dives. Yeah, 30 feet in the air is really high. I fell and my head was at about 20 feet, 21 feet in the air. And that was high. Trust me. When you're falling and you're like, fuck, I can't do anything,
I have a thing about heights. I can't deal with heights, but I cannot go in the water deep enough for me. I want to go deeper and deeper and deeper.
Oh God, I'm the opposite, Jenny.
Was about 110 feet.
No, I've never. Oh God, no. That's just, you're giving me heart palpitations thinking about it.
I had a friend whose brother used to be one of those. I forget what the formal name of them. They're free divers. They have no tanks, no nothing. Some don't even wear goggles, and they dive as deep as they can following a rope because it's a competition to see how far you can go. And he went too far and drowned.
And who did that happen to?
A friend of mine's brother.
Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
that's why I don't take risks like that. I want to live. I can't. Sounds like suicide to me. Stuff like that.
These people are highly trained. They can hold their breath for 4, 5, 6 minutes. They're not they're not like regular humans. No.
Oh shit.
And men and women are in it. They wear these big fins. Use skin diver fins. You've seen that, but these are extra long.
Yes, I have seen the extra long ones before.
And I would never do it. I'd go down there with a tank, but I would never go down there free breathe. Too much can go wrong and too quick. and there's no recovery when you're 100 and some feet down with no tank.
Yeah. If my feet can't touch the bottom, I ain't in it. That's my rule. If my feet stop touching the bottom, I am having a panic attack and I'm probably going to drown. So I just I don't go any deeper than this, like when I'm in the ocean and stuff, because you know how you can just be walking, all of a sudden it drops off. So I don't take any chance. Once it gets up to my shoulders, I'm done.
I've had that happen in the Gulf before. That was freaky.
I had that happen in Mexico at the Riviera Maya. We were out at the beach and I had never snorkeled or anything before. And my girlfriend I was down there with at the time wanted to go snorkeling. So we went to the local Walmart and bought some snorkel masks and some, fins. And I was feeling really good about it. I was getting used to it. You know what I mean? I was, okay, I can look down and breathe through this a little bit. It's okay. I'm not going to drown. And so I brought my head up and I'm coming towards her. And by this, I can swim a little bit now. I don't swim much. I can do doggy paddle, breaststroke kind of thing to save my own life. It's about all I can do. So I'm out there and she's like, oh, come out a little farther. And I'm like, I don't know. It's getting deep. And she's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's high here. I'm standing up. And I was like, oh, great. So I go over to her and she brings me onto the rock she's on, but not onto the rock. She's on next to her, off of the rock. So she pulls me over and lets go of me. And I drop straight fucking down in the middle of the goddamn ocean in fucking Mexico. Yeah. And I'm like freaking out. And she pulled me back up and saved me. I would have drowned. If she hadn't pulled me back, I was done. Literally.
My story gets a little creepier too, because I was just kind of walking out, and I was on this sort of walking. All of a sudden, it just dropped off on me. So I'm now deep water, but the water was also clear enough that I could kind of see. So I see this huge shadow passing under me. It was probably like just seaweed or something, or a school of fish, but it looked like maybe like a huge ass thing, or
shark.
So, yeah, I don't know what the hell this thing is. It's just huge. I just can see the shadow under the water. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm out of here.
Oh my god, buddy.
Beck, I think Mark is asking you if you can do the breaststroke anymore now that you've had top surgery.
Well, we're probably not going to be on for much longer.
Yeah.
But hello. Oh.
Hey, how are you, Laura? It's good to see you. Let me answer Mark real quick. No, Mark, it doesn't affect me any. I'm a little less buoyant. No, I'm kidding. Mark asked me, since your top surgery, can you not do the breaststroke anymore? And I said, no, I can do it. It's smaller and less buoyant, but I can still do it. How are you, Laura?
Not too bad in yourselves.
Yeah.
Actually, today I've not been feeling very well. Just had a weird stomach and just headache all day. I think it's the weather. I think it's a bit warm, but it's been really humid and just one of those muggy summer days. So, so I've had a migraine all day. I'm feeling a bit better now, though, which is the important.
Good. If you need to close your eyes while you're talking to us, do it. We're fine. We won't think you're asleep.
No, like I said, we're getting pretty close to wrapping it up anyway. So,
yeah, we decided we were going to cut it off at 4 hours. So, Mage has shit to do.
Okay, well, I do have something to share for you, Beck, because I saw you were on, and because I've only just woken up about maybe half an hour ago.
Oh,
and it's like 11:48 at night here, so I've just had one of those days where I've just been going to bed and then not being able to sleep, and then finally I've finally managed to get some sleep. Anyway, so
but I use my vertigo. I use my vertigo to help me sleep. When I lay down on my right side, I have vertigo for like a few seconds every single night for about 30-40 seconds, and it makes me just a little dizzy, and I fall right to sleep.
Right. Okay.
That's literally what I do every night.
I have a couple of pieces of music that I pay through my phone, and normally, that does it. And I went to the end of them twice, and it's normally like half an hour, which is enough.
Wow.
Just soothing, and another one is an hour long. It's just the same track looped over.
Have you tried the app?
I use a thing off YouTube, Tibetan bowls, singing bowls with thunderstorm behind, and it blanks the screen, so you're not wasting all that screen energy.
Right.
And it's a 10-hour recording, and you put it on and go to bed, and I sleep like a rock with it.
Yeah.
There's an app called Breathe. Laura, have you heard of that?
No.
Okay, look that app up. It's called Breathe, and it's an app that goes on your phone, and it starts out. It has like calming sounds, and it starts out by telling you when to breathe. So it kind of it's getting you to like relax a little bit, and it's kind of like a pre-meditation relaxing thing, and then it goes into just the sounds, and then the screen shuts off, and then I've used it before. I think for most people it would work pretty well.
The problem I had is that I wasn't tired. I was, my brain was fine. It was my body that was not working very well. So, it's like, although I'm lying down and I was effectively pretending to sleep because I wasn't ready to go to sleep yet. My brain wasn't saying, I'm like supposed to be up and doing stuff. So I just ended up lying there. It's like, it's like when you got a migraine and having the lights on hurts, so you just turn the lights off.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. So I'm in bed and I'm just lying there, and my brain just didn't want to turn off because, obviously it wasn't ready to go to bed yet.
Yeah.
So it just took a while to do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went to Japan. I had a brilliant time. I really, really did.
Really? When did you go?
I went at the end of May and came back at the end of June. So I was there for 4 weeks. 28 days. It was really fantastic. The way, it was a bit hard in a way because I went with a friend because going on my own is daunting anyway. That's the agoraphobia for you. But but we traveled a lot and we went all over the country.
Nice.
18 different hotels.
Oh, that's great. I'm so glad you guys did that.
Yeah, it was a dream sort of dream trip that I've wanted to do since I was in my mid-20s. I'm 50 now, so
good for you.
So I'm absolutely I've just got like loads of these figurines all over the place, and I'm still waiting for a second parcel to come. I bought so much tat, it's beyond belief. So I ended up sending 2 big parcels to myself from Japan. The first,
cool.
Because I went with 2 suitcases. Okay, I went with a small one to put stuff in, and a larger one with my, clothes and shoes and stuff like that.
Personal, yeah.
I tell you what, being trans, it's such a pain in the ass in a way because, like 6 years ago, I'd have been able to do the whole trip in one little suitcase. Now,
that's how my life is.
I've got a bajillion different clothes now, so and everything takes an extra sort of 2 hours to get my hair ready and all that kind of stuff I'm ready for the day.
Well, that's exactly why us guys wait on all of you ladies to get ready, and it's okay. We're used to it. It's fine, but we know that's going to happen.
Yeah, and you also get to the point where you think we're ready. So you get up and you get your keys and then you realize, oh no, that was just the pre-ready moment.
Yeah. They had to bring something in the living room and set it down. They're not really ready. It was just their purse. Now they're going back into the bathroom. They'll be done in 20, 30 minutes. Yes. Actually, my last ex, she got ready really quick. I don't know if it's because she spent so many years doctoring. I don't know what it is, but she would get ready really quick and come like I would put on my clothes and just like brush my hair, comb my beard, and she'd be like, "I'm ready, let's go." And I was like, "Are you sure you're a girl?" But she doesn't do all the makeup and blah and all the 10 layers of lotion, and she's.
And you asked her that when she should have been asking you that.
What?
Are you trans?
Are you a girl?
Oh. Right, that's true.
I just looked it up. Olympic boards are 1, 3, 5, 7.5 meters or 10 meters.
Yes.
You ready?
10 meters sounds right. Yes, this is it. He put one bag in there, right?
We're only there for one night.
I know. These are just my shoes. I'll be back.
No.
Oh, that's his bag. Okay, now I get it. Okay. I didn't connect it. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's about right. I literally went to Florida on vacation for a week with my family. Anybody want to guess what I took with me for my entire luggage? A backpack.
Yeah.
Standard size backpack. Had all my shit in it.
Gee, I brought home to Milwaukee
sandals that could be squished down for shoes, put them in the back, and then everything else just fit. Yes,
I went home to Milwaukee and I packed, and it was about 50 pounds worth of stuff.
The same problem. Like I say, I went to, when I went, I took a big suitcase and a little one inside, thinking I'll put Japan tat in the other one. As I say tat, I just mean, like mementos.
Yeah. I knew what you meant. Yeah.
And so, well,
hi, Amber.
Hello.
Yeah, I've been having trouble with YouTube showing me as well.
I did too. I unsubbed and resubbed when I found you 90 or 60 minutes into the stream. I had to do the same thing. Yeah, just unsub Ember and resub. I had to do the same thing. It didn't show me anything. It wasn't even showing on my drop down. No little bell notification. Nothing. So hopefully that changes.
So what happened was my little suitcase, when I needed it because I'd started getting too much stuff. And so I ended up getting that one out. And then I discovered that it was a bit broke, that the screw that had the handle on, one was missing and the other one was just kept falling out. And it was just a nightmare. So it's like, screw it, I'm going to buy a new one. So I bought a new suitcase, and the stuff, my clothes and stuff transferred to that, and still had room for tat in it as well.
Nice.
And so the big suitcase became the one full of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing how much stuff you can, you suddenly end up finding. I just sort of find these anime figures at a place called Book Off for 1,400 yen or something like that, or 600 yen or something. And it's for I don't even know what that is in dollars, but
I was going to ask.
Yen is £5, so you're probably still talking about maybe $6.50 or something. So when you see a figurine like this, and it's 600 yen, it's like, oh fucking hell, I've that.
1,400 yen is $9.11 in the United States right now.
Yeah,
so have approximately 1,400 yen to $9.
My problem with suitcases is that they just don't make any that are conveniently big enough. I hate having to break their legs to fit them inside. It's just.
I know. They make them bigger now, though, Jenny, with wheels. So much more convenient.
Oh yeah, just roll them off the bridge.
600 yen.
600 yen. Okay, so that's only like $4.
Ish. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So it's like, oh, I just sort of ended up buying a whole bunch of them, plus model airplane kits.
Did you get a Miku? Did you get a Miku?
And what?
Miku?
Is that one of those little cats?
No, Miku is Miku is a anime star, and she's got blue hair, and she's very pretty. Everybody loves Miku.
How do you spell it?
Miku, Miku.
Miku.
Is it one of these?
God, that's way too small. Let's see if I can enlarge this.
Yes.
Yes, that's
close enough.
Yeah. As well.
Let me see her face again.
I wanted to grow up to be Miku, so there.
She's
okay. I see how it is now. She's okay. She's got glasses on. That's why she looked different. Yeah, that's Miku.
Somebody, not just somebody, but lots of people have taken her as a character into fandom, and made what do they call that? When a fan writes a book or makes a movie of some character that already exists.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right there, Jenny. I can't say it.
Yeah, fan something or other. Anyways,
Fanfic.
people make movies of this pure heart, innocent little Miko, and into porn into porn cartoons.
No, of course they are.
Oh yeah.
They're so funny.
Some of the ones, I just saw that and I went, oh, you know what, I like that figure. You know, I just thought a cute little, you know, figure. And, you know, some of it is like, this is what I wish I would look like.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what I wish I looked like.
Yeah. Anyway, one of the things that I saw there, I saw this thing and I went, oh, I'm going to take a picture of that for Beck. Because I didn't realize you. Hang on, that's not the thing I was looking for.
Realize what?
There you go. That's a classic Miku.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah, amazingly long hair. There you go. I didn't realize you owned a Beck
here
coffee shop.
Oh yeah, you didn't know I was rich? Do you know that Beck as a last name is actually very common? Beck as a first name is not very common, and there's less than 3,000 people in the entire world.
And Beck is even more rare. Beck.
Yeah, because only Jenny calls me that. She's the only one allowed. Don't anybody else try it. Don't let anybody else call me that but Jenny. She gets special privileges. What's rule 34, Amber? Am I missing rule 34? You
There's
put
porn
34,
of everything.
I automatically thought of Trump's convictions. What's that?
Porn. Everything gets turned into porn.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that's rule 34. Everything online gets turned into porn.
If it exists, there's porn of it. It's basically what the rules say.
I've never heard that.
I still say they need a similar rule for My Little Pony. If it exists, there's a pony of it.
Yeah, right.
I saw an amusing. You talked about Trump.
Before we get into, we do need to wrap this up.
Okay, this is
4 hours.
Okay, just one quick question: is Little Pony, is that the one that the fans are called bronies?
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's a guy who likes it, it's a brony.
It's a very quick one on the Trump thing, and it was some commentator, I think it was MSNBC or something, and he was saying about how Kamala has spent a career, putting away criminals.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay.
Accent on the first.
Yeah. So she spent a career convicting criminals. Whereas J.D. Vance has indicated that he has none. However, Donald Trump has got 34, and I just thought that was hilarious. Wait a minute.
This J.D.
Let's
Lance
be specific.
Vance
That's
is a
just
horrible
34.
man.
That's just 34 convictions under one court hearing. He's got others. Okay.
Yeah.
Including like rape. Yeah. That's
okay. So I'll finish one more thing about the. Actually, I've got 2 things, but the one's very, very quick. So, you've probably heard of something called Gundam.
Gundam.
I went and bought one of these things. I don't know anything about them. I just thought, oh, that's kind of cool. They were everywhere, and it's like they look really cool models. Yeah,
they are cool.
You snip them.
Yeah, they are cool. They are also they're awesome.
Which one's what group of cartoon is that?
It's called Gundam. There's a whole series of different cartoons.
Oh, Gundam. Yeah. Okay, I've heard of Gundam. Yeah.
Mobile Suit Gundam. Anyway, so not only did I see loads of those, but I bought that at Gundam Park, where they've got a real one, a full-sized.
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy. I've seen this before. This thing's awesome.
Cool.
It's a real full-size version.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look. I've got one of the pictures.
Doesn't it do things also?
I think it's arm moves or something. But you can see this is the size of people. I was stood there and my head goes up to its ankle.
Yeah.
So
yes, that really looks like a transformer foot.
It's incredible to think that somebody would spend that much money to build something like that for a cartoon character.
Waste of resources.
I mean,
now,
Walt Disney's never made a 45-foot Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, but that's because Mickey Mouse is only this.
Well, Well, that thing's designed to be life size, though. That's
It
how.
is.
That's the size it is in the cartoon.
I think
Oh.
Jenny's point is in this world we waste a lot of time, materials, and money on shit that doesn't matter at the end of the fucking
Yeah.
day. I think is what. she's trying to say.
Although that ball in Las Vegas that shows pictures, that's worth every penny. I think that's.
Do you know
pretty
what though?
cool.
I've been thinking about the cost of things, and the thing is, emotional cost. You know, emotional value has, you know, although it has there can be a value in terms of how much it costs to do it. Going to a Disney park or something, it's kind of ironic. I went to Tokyo Disney Seas. Apparently, that was one of the best ones. My friend who went with me is into Disney stuff, so I went there. And you know, and I sort of I had an amusing conversation with you know, a couple of the people who, like, you know, work there, and you know, and of course my Japanese is almost non-existent. I do know a little bit, but you know, I sort of did this little sort of, you know, little physical thing that I did. So it was you know, sort of like my first time at Disney. Oh, so I live in the UK, and Paris is just across the way, so this far away, and America is this far away, and Japan, Tokyo is this far away. But I'll leave you this last one about and I could talk for hours on this, and I will do, because I'm working on a slideshow, and I'm just going to do a thing on my channel, and I'm just going to talk about my trip.
Cool.
Anyways, went to a place called Toyama in the north, and me and my friend were leaving the hotel. We're in the lift going down. Little old lady gets in another floor. And when I say little, she was little. She's like 4.5 feet tall or something. She was like down to here, you know.
Yeah.
She didn't have dandruff because I was head and shoulders taller than she was, you know. Anyway, so she just looked at me, and when I say looked at me, she looked at me like that, you know, upwards, and she just went, "Wow."
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Such a tiny little moment that really.
She's not used to white people, huh?
Yeah.
You know, I would love to see her next to my nephew, because he's like 6'6".
I'm 6'4", so it's like, you know.
Oh,
yeah,
he's not far. Yeah. You know then. Yeah, his wife's 5'2", and they are so. They are. It's like, hi, Carly. Hey, what's up, Bill?
You know, it's really weird that I went to Japan, didn't get any transphobia at all. Not a bit. No, you know, to tell a lie, at the very last bit in Okinawa, I had a tiny little bit, but it was just some drunk idiots, you know. And they sort of said hello, and I said hello, and, you know, then they sort of walked away and had laughter, and I could tell, you know. But yeah, I've had shit like that in the UK. It's nothing, you know.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's daily life for us trans folks, so that's not even a big deal.
Well, you're all right. You got a blokey voice now, and, you know, chin growth and all.
I know, right?
You know, exactly.
Thank you very much.
Fucking cartilage. Why couldn't it just work the other way around? No more testosterone. Oh, suddenly the voice gets lighter. No, I have to, you know. Anyway.
Well, but you know, the fact is once you get low, you can't go back.
Mm. So,
just like for you, like if someone that was trans guy started taking testosterone and then decide, never mind, change my mind, he's fucked. His voice is going to be deep. Once it drops, it drops.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you know, I didn't get transphobia, and I think I know the reason why. Because I mean, I'm not wearing makeup right now. I look a lot better with makeup, of course, and a dress and all that kind of stuff makes me look, you know,
of course.
I look nice. But I think one of the reasons is because I'm so tall. In the UK, I'm taller than most men, let alone most women, because it kind of like, you know, I stand out. So I get more people like, bloody hell, she's tall. Oh.
But in Korea, all the white people are tall.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. So they're like, another tall person.
You know, so I went to Japan, and I suddenly became the 6th tallest person in the country with a population of 160 million people or something. You know, and I'm only guessing because, of course, there's probably 6 white people that are taller than me.
Yeah, right. In the country.
White people are British, you know, Americans or whatever, you know, who are taller, or, you know, but yeah, but weirdly, just maybe 4 minutes after I had people laugh at me for, you know, being trans, I had my first instance of racism as well. I've never had anyone be racist to me before.
Really? You haven't?
No.
It's pretty impressive.
No. You know, obviously the white people.
Well, I guess
normally the ones being the racists. So you know, it's somewhat relevant.
Depends on where you are.
True. But
where were you?
I drove through
Okinawa.
Oh, okay.
So what happened was I decided on the last night, because it was one of the things I wanted to do. My friend wasn't really into it, so never sort of got around to it. I decided, right, tonight I am doing karaoke in Japan. It's a Japanese thing. I'm going to do this thing. And so I went to do it. And unfortunately, it wasn't a brilliant you know, experience, so to speak. I mean, it was good. I really enjoyed it. But I had a population of 1, and that was the barman. So, you know, but it was still good because all the songs were the ones I picked. You know, I didn't have to go through a bunch of other people like picking stuff and singing them badly. I went through, I got to pick my own 6 or 7 songs, and I sung them badly, which was fine.
Okay, well, we do, like I said, we do need to wrap this up. So
yeah, I got to go too. I have a dentist appointment here coming up in about an hour or so. So I got to.
But if you get a chance, please send me a sound clip of you singing "Water."
I'm sorry.
Please send me a sound clip of you singing "Water." I do need that for that video.
Wait a minute. What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm working on a video. I just see somebody with a masculine voice saying "water" like they're yelling it out in a classroom or something.
Oh, I forgot,
Yeah.
dude. She reminded me. Okay, yeah. I'll get that done. And it could be like a video you can, or do you want just sound? I can do just sound.
I just need sound.
Okay. I'll just I'll voice text it to you maybe.
Yeah.
Can I do that on Twitter?
If you send it through Twitter, I can download it. No problem.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to do that maybe today.
What's he supposed to say?
Water.
Do you want it to sound like it's in an echoey open area?
No, just say it out loud. It's fine. Just
yell water.
Yeah, just yell water.
You know what?
That's all I need.
Give me an example. How do you want it, Mage? Give me an example.
Water.
Water.
Yeah.
Water.
Like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Just take it off the. No, I'm kidding.
More water.
Anyway, Laura,
You know what?
plug? Got anything else? Got anything else you want to plug?
Quick question, Mage. Do you want it with a proper accent, or do you want it with that weird American accent where water has a D in it?
Doesn't really matter.
I don't say water. I say water. My son says water, and it drives me nuts. And I'm like, no, that's waiter.
Water.
Oh,
yeah, but what's funny about it is I go water, so it's the
water.
You know,
Water.
exactly, water.
It's just some water.
Not creek. It's the crick.
It is, yeah, no. It's a creek. The crick is in your neck.
Crick. C-R-I-C-K. Crick.
Okay, so Laura,
Yeah,
got anything you want to plug?
Sorry, who?
Yeah, you. You have anything you want to plug?
Well, like I say, I'm working on a slideshow at the moment, and I'm going to talk about my trip to Japan.
Yeah.
So it's going to be. I don't know when it's going to happen. I've got to compile it all first. So far, I've done a week, and I was there for 4 weeks. So.
Okay.
Wow, you
Jenny.
did that in 15 seconds. I'm impressed. No, I got nothing going except for this show every Wednesday at 2:00 in the afternoon Central Time, and maybe sometimes on Saturdays I'll get naked and head over to OnlyFans and do some pictures for y'all.
I'm sure you're very popular there.
I have nothing to shill because I'm not doing anything right now. I'm hoping my wanting to be around people will increase soon and I can start streaming again. But just letting my autism do whatever it wants right now, guys. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'll be releasing a video on my gardening channel. I was going to do it today, but it looks like I'm running out of time, so I'll just release it tomorrow. So you can expect that out, and I'm working on something. I'm trying to get this review of Frozen Empire done for my other channel, but it's going slowly with the editing.
Yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Well,
so
thanks,
that's what I got.
thanks, Mage, for running the stream and giving us all a place to hang out, and I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. So,
Good night, chat. We love you. Be gay,
Later.
do crime, don't get caught.